hello to all of you and wish you welcome to Belgrade on 35th EUPEA Forum. It's the first time that in Serbia and Belgrade we have so many experts in physical education and school sport, and I hope that we will make the good conclusions for the future of physical education and school sports. So now I invite Mr. Zoran Gajic, Minister of Sport, to address the forum. Thank you.
Poštovani članovi i uvaženi gosti.
Dear members and honorable guests.
Zadovoljstvo mi je i čast da vas u ime Vlade Republike Srbije i u svoje lično ime sve pozdravim na ovom izuzetnom događaju, Forumu Evropske asocijacije profesora fizičkog vaspitanja.
It is both a pleasure and an honor to greet you on behalf of the government of the Republic of Serbia and in my personal capacity at this exceptional event, the Forum of the European Association of Physical Education Teachers.
Drago mi je što smo se okupili u ovom za srpski sport veoma značajnom trenutku, jer Ministarstvo sporta je započelo izradu strategije razvoja sporta za period 2025-2035. godine sa pripadajućim akcionim planom gde će značajnu poziciju upravo imati unapređenje i razvoj sporta u školama.
I am pleased that we have gathered here at such an important moment for Serbian sport, as the Ministry of Sport has begun drafting the strategy of the development of sport for the period 2025-2035, along its accompanying action plan, where a significant focus will be placed on the advancement and development of sport in schools.
Na javnim raspravama koje ovih dana organizujemo širom Srbije, najviše diskusija se odnosi upravo na značaj prisustva profesora fizičkog vaspitanja u predškolskim ustanovama, u nastavi od 1. do 4. razreda osnovne škole, kao i povećanja fonda časova fizičkog vaspitanja u osnovnim i srednjim školama i povratak nastave fizičkog vaspitanja na univerzitetu.
In the public debates we are currently holding across Serbia, the most discussed topics concern the importance of having physical education teachers in preschool institutions, in the 1st through 4th grades of primary schools, as well as increasing the number of physical education classes in both primary and secondary schools, and the return of physical education to universities.
Danas, kada se suočavamo sa izazovima globalizacije, digitalizacije i sveprisutnog uticaja tehnologije, uloga fizičkog vaspitanja postaje još važnija.
Today, when we are faced with the challenges of globalization, digitalization, and the pervasive influence of technology, the role of physical education is becoming even more significant.
U obrazovnim sistemima širom Evrope mi, profesori fizičkog vaspitanja, imamo ključnu misiju da ne samo promovišemo fizičku aktivnost, već i da učimo decu i mlade o značaju zdravih stilova života, disciplini, timskog rada i samopouzdanja.
In education systems across Europe, we, physical education teachers, have a key mission, not only to promote physical activity, but also to teach children and young people about the importance of healthy lifestyles, discipline, teamwork, and self-confidence.
Fizičko vaspitanje je mnogo više od bavljanja sportom. Ono je temelj za formiranje zdravih navika koje će oblikovati buduće generacije.
Physical education is much more than just engaging in sports. It is the foundation for forming healthy habits that will shape future generations.
Kroz sport učenice i učenici razvijaju fizičke, emocionalne i socijalne veštine koje će im biti potrebne tokom celog života.
Through sport, students develop physical, emotional, and social skills that they will need throughout their lives.
Danas, možda više nego ikad, moramo se posvetiti razumevanju i unapređenju uloga koje fizičko vaspitanje ima u celokupnom obrazovnom procesu.
Today, perhaps more than ever, we must dedicate ourselves to understanding and improving the role that physical education plays in the overall educational process.
Evropska asocijacija profesora fizičkog vaspitanja okuplja stručnjake iz različitih zemalja sa različitim iskustvima i izazovima, ali sa zajedničkom strašću za unapređenjem fizičkog vaspitanja i obrazovanja.
The European Association of Physical Education Teachers brings together experts from different countries with diverse experiences and challenges, but with a shared passion for improving physical education and education as a whole.
Forum će biti prilika gde će biti razmatrani primeri dobre prakse, inovativni pristupi kao i istraživanja koja mogu doprineti stvaranju boljeg obrazovnog okruženja za našu decu i mlade.
The forum will be an opportunity to discuss examples of good practices, innovative approaches, as well as the research that can contribute to creating a better educational environment for our children and young people.
Forum koji organizuje Fakultet za sport nije samo prilika da učimo jedni od drugih, već i da postavimo temelje za buduće inicijative, projekte i javne politike koje će oblikovati fizičko vaspitanje na evropskom nivou, ali i kod nas.
The forum organized by the Faculty of Sport is not only an opportunity for us to learn from each other, but also to lay the foundation for future initiatives, projects, and public policies that will shape physical education, both at the European level and here in Serbia.
Želim vam uspešan i inspirativan rad. Živeo nam sport, živeo nam Srbija.
I wish you a successful and inspiring session. Long live Serbia and long live sport.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I'd like to now invite our Dean, Faculty of Sports, University of Union Nikola Tesla, Mr. Bojan Međedović, to address to the forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues, government, cities, organizations, associations, representatives, I have honor to welcome you to 35th European Association Physical Education Teachers Forum. This forum was organized by Faculty of Sport of the Union Nikola Tesla University in cooperation with the Serbian Association of Physical Education and Sport Teachers and with the Institute for Improvement of Education with the support of Ministry of Sport and Ministry of Education. We feel honored to host this event and obliged to deliver great result. According to previous numerous research and personal testimonies of fellow educators, the common conclusion is that change is necessity. In the next few days, more than 50 participants from over 30 European countries will present their research. We hope that based on information and approaches presented in the next few days, that all of us together can reach the common conclusion that will help us in further adjustments and improvements of the education system. We wish you a pleasant stay and success in presenting your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for our Dean. Now I'd like to invite to Nebojša Stojanović, President of Serbian Association of Physical Education and Sport Teacher, to address the forum.
Sorry of my bad English. I will try read my speech clear. Honorable Minister of Sports, Mr. Zoran Gajic, Honorable Assistant Minister of Education, Mr. Dr. Milan Pašić, esteemed Dean of Faculty of Sport, Mr. Bojan Međedović, the President of EUPEA, Mr. Avelino Azevedo, members of the board and members of the Assembly of EUPEA, distinguished guests from the Faculty of Security, Mr. Professor Doran Dragišić, Director of Institute of National and International Security, Dr. Darko Trifunović, the President of Association of School Directors of Serbia, Mr. Dejan Edić. Dear colleagues and guests from EUPEA, it is my great honor and pleasure to greet you in front of the Serbian Association of Physical Education and Sport Professors, together with the Dean of Faculty of Sports of the University in Belgrade, Mr. Bojan Međedović, and to wish you successful work at the 35th EUPEA Forum and a pleasant stay in our capital. I hope that the work at the forum will contribute to an overview of the state of physical education teaching and anthropomotoric development of students in Europe, that we will recognize existing problems, define possible solutions, and make concrete conclusions with sustainable models of physical education development for school-age children. One more time, welcome, and I wish you successful work.
Thank you, dear Nebojša. I'd like to invite to President of EUPEA, Mr. Avelino Azevedo, to address to this forum.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, and welcome to the EUPEA 35 Forum in Belgrade. Before I start, I would like to ask you, because as a representative of an European organization, we must also spare our respects to events that happen outside, but affect our lives outside of physical education. And I would like to ask you all to rise up for 1 minute of silence for the deaths of the people in Valencia, and also for the deaths of what happened in Novi Sad last week. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, Monica from Spain, and thank you for especially our Serbian friends for Novi Sad events. So let's start with the formalities. I would like to say first thank you for our Minister of Sports. It was a pleasure to see him. He's not here. He told me he had to leave, but it was a personal pleasure to see him, because he was, I don't know if you know, but this is important to say, he was an Olympic coach, champion in Sydney in volleyball, and I refereed him some matches. No cards, but it was very intensive coach, and very good coach. And it's very good that we meet these people from sports again in political positions, which will help to understand better what is the importance of sport, but what it matters to us, the importance of physical education. Also, a special thank, obviously, we must say, to this organization here in Serbia. I would like to thank the University of Tesla for this great organization, obviously, and the PE Teachers Association of Serbia, which is, thank you very much to be here and to involve all these people in this great event and this organization. Besides, obviously, Bojan and our friend Miroslav, which help us since the beginning, from 1 year ago when we started to make this event. And quality PE obviously is something that we want to share our thoughts, but we don't want to hear only the opinion of our partners, which, by the way, I salute CEREP's representative, ISEP's representative, and FIEP's representative here, because we need and we want to share with other organizations these thoughts, but also the representative of all other institutes, but mainly the representatives of EUPEA members, and we want to hear the PE teachers. It's important for us to have a start, that this is a process that starts here in Belgrade. Belgrade will be the starting point of this reflection, this sharing of points of view regarding this question of quality PE, which we have been discussed for several times, and there are several visions regarding this. Educational visions like the UNESCO one. There are other visions regarding the importance of this. But for us, it's important to share this and also to present our point of view, because we have several Erasmus projects which we are involved, where this situation is shared and improved. We want to improve really the quality of physical education in the schools, because if we do this, we will have not only better quality in our lives for all the students, but we will also have better sports and better physical activity. So the monitoring of an European system to evaluate quality PE is our main goal, because we have and with these words I finish, we have a lemma in EUPEA, is that there is no education without physical education. And this is, we want also that this forum here contributes to this great idea of physical education in Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'd like to invite the Deputy of Ministry of Education, PE teacher, and our dear colleagues, Dr. Milan Pašić.
Dear Dean Mr. Medjedovic, dear President Avelino, dear Minister Gajic, first of all, dear colleagues, esteemed guests, it's my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Education and our Minister, Professor Dr. Slavica Đukić-Dejanović, and personally thank you for your commitment to improving our schools' environments and promoting healthy living. Encouraging healthy lifestyles is one of the core goals of primary education. Our education system aims to help students to take responsibility for their health, develop physical abilities, and apply health habits that contribute to an active and healthy life. As a part of a comprehensive curriculum reform, we focus not only on knowledge, but also on developing key competence for lifelong learning, including the responsibility attitude towards health. This is reflected in compulsory subjects like physical and health education, as well as elective activities and extracurricular programs such as exercise for health in primary school and health in sport in secondary school. The education development strategy in Serbia, aiming for the better quality of education by 2030, has identified school sport as a strategic priority. This includes the formation of new sports sections, increased students' participation in sport competition, and improvement in sport infrastructure. Key goal is to make school sports more inclusive, especially encouraging female participation. In line with this, Ministry of Education, in collaboration with Institute for Female Sports, is working on a project to promote female sports in schools. This initiative focuses on gender equality, anti-discrimination, improving awareness of healthy lifestyles among school-age girls. Additionally, since 2023-2024, School with the Ministry of Education has been implementing the pilot project with Ministry of Health and Ministry of Sport. Every child has the right to grow up healthy, covering 95 schools across Serbia. This project strengthens physically and health education, supports health habits, and encourages the development of physical and motor skills among students. Colleague Tanja Medved later present you this project. Thank you, Tanja, for initiative. Another important initiative is development of software for monitoring students' physical and motor skills, which will help tailor education strategies to increase students' health and physical development. This project is part of broader effort to use technology to track and improve students' physical progress. Colleague Ivana Milanovic later tell more about this project. As we face modern challenges, it is essential to raise awareness about the importance of physical activity and equip students with tools they need to maintain healthy lifestyles. Today's forum brings together experts from sports, pedagogy, healthcare, and encourage you to actively participate, share knowledge, and work together to bring positive change to physical and health education in our schools. Sorry, and I apologize for the opportunity to be with you today. You see Minister Gajic go to now National Assembly. We have board from Education, Sport, and Science at 11 o'clock, and thank you, and I look forward to our fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague Milan. Now we started with our subjects to represent quality PE teacher in Serbia, and the first keynote speaker will be Tanja Medved, member of the City Council for Sport.
Hello to everyone. First of all, I'm coming representing my home cities, my city town Novi Sad, and we are really affected with the tragedy that hit us our town. But also, I would like to point to Estimada Monica, representative Es que he vivido en Valencia 10 años y muchos de mis amigos están afectados por esta tragedia y quiero expresar mi más sincero pésame a todas las vidas perdidas y la fuerza mayor que podemos unir para seguir adelante. Así que, gracias. I was a member of the National Assembly and the board where Milan just said that he's running to attend, gave us the opportunity to be together with you and to initiate this project that we start in National Assembly. Sorry, I will try to. It will not be presented. Sorry, on the screen board. Anyhow, through my work as a member of the National Assembly, I was the president of the subcommittee of the National Assembly of Sport. And before I start with this, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Tanja Medved. I'm former handball player, national team player, also was a captain over 200 times participating for the national team. And I finished my career with 36 years old. Many of us top athletes decide after ending a professional sport career to continue as a coaches or management in the clubs. I decide to promote the values which I grow up and which I bring from my elementary school. I start my professional career in first class of elementary school with, of course, all my motoric skills were built up through the classes of physical education, but also some extra classes which we had in the school, like sections, sports sections. One of them was handball, and this is how I start. So I decided that all that values that sport gave me through my whole career, through my life, and I am a generation who passed like embargo over our country in the 90s, and I had to play abroad, and my value is toward to all these values that we built through our career is to transmit to the next generation. This is how all this story ends. And I will start without presentation to not taking long time. What we done in this whole project is that we, as a subcommittee of a parliamentary subcommittee of sport, we had to check all the state of sport in our country, and we really pass over all institutions among the sport, and we realized that our government of the Republic of Serbia is determined in the belief that sport inspires and develops the education, training and skills of young people, which will support them in realizing and achieving their social and certainly sporting success. In accordance with the activities carried out by the Parliamentary Subcommittee of Sport, the current state of sports and the development of sport and sports activities are reviewed from physical education of children and young people to the top level sport. I can tell you that as Ministry of Sport Zoran Gajic had in his introduction, that professional sport in the Republic of Serbia, especially our national federations, national teams, medal winners at the Olympics, World and European Championships, receives enormous financial support from the state, which was definitely reflected in all the top sporting results we achieved in the last 10 years. Local governments, where I'm now also invest in the development of the sport activities among the local sport organizations and support of sports in their cities and municipalities. But on the other hand, like many countries, we are faced with less quality work on physical activity among the youngest, especially between the ages of 7 and 12, which directly leads to the problem of insufficiently developed motor skills, which are reflected in the appearance of overnutrition and obesity, functional disorders and structural deviations. In order to raise the level of health and physical abilities of children and young people by improving their habits related to health and psychophysical abilities so that they are stronger, healthier, happier, and more persistent, but also to overcome the inconsistencies and problems that surround us, our state authorities decide to run a pilot project that will unite all institutions and state bodies from the scope of sport and sport medicine, as well as physical and health education, each with its own task in accordance with the law. At the initiative of the Parliamentary Subcommittee of Sport, which I was president, the pilot project that we named Every Child Has the Right to Grow Up Healthy was launched. The implementation of pilot project was determined by the signing of Memorandum of Cooperation between the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Sport, and Ministry of Health on 31st of July of 2023 in the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia. What we wanted, what is the mission of this project, is using the expertise, experience, and strength of all state institutions and state bodies by strengthening better intersectional cooperation, a great incentive for young people to engage in physical and sport activities, and sports in general can be achieved and overcome all the problems we're facing. Our goal, the general goal of the pilot project, is to contribute to the creation of a stronger development system of physical and health education and sports in the Republic of Serbia, to provide better conditions for developing and cultivating habits that contribute to quality upbringing, and finally to strengthen psychophysical abilities, primarily among elementary and secondary school students, as well as developing and practicing healthy lifestyle. Growing up awareness of importance of one's own health and the need to nurture and develop physical abilities by ourselves. We put some assignments we needed to increase children's physical activities by reinforcing mandatory daily physical activities, which are also recommended by World Health Organization, through regular 3 classes of physical and health education and 2 classes of extracurricular activities we call sports section in schools, led by teachers of physical and health education also in the lower grades. In Serbia, from 1st to 4th grade, our teachers of physical and health education are not participating in physical classes, the teachers. We also assigned that we need to conclude mandatory systematic medical examination of healthy children on annual basis in the scope of sport medical examination and motor skill tests. And we also need to improve of school sport competitions in which all school children will take part, not only those who are in sport system. Also, it's very important to raising awareness about the importance of physical activities for children and medical examination on healthy children among the parents by holding public parent meetings throughout Serbia, where experts on various topics and from different roles talk about the needs of improving children's physical activities, as well as the needs of healthy children's medical examination we call systematic reviews. And it's also important to involvement of teachers, school principals, and parents of children through questionnaires and surveys in order to gather the necessary information necessary to see the problem from all levels. A part of 3 ministries that I mentioned, we gathered together in this project also Provincial Secretary for Sports and Youth, Olympic Committee of Serbia, Institute for Public Health, Dr. Milan Jovanović Batut, Republic Institute for Sports and Sport Medicine, as well provincial, National Education Council, National Sport Council, Faculties of Sport and Physical Education of Belgrade, Novi Sad, and Niš, Faculty of Medicine of the University of Belgrade, Teachers Union of the Republic of Serbia, Serbian Association of Professors of Physical Education and Sports, Association for School Sports of Serbia, Institute for Advancement of Education, as well Institute for Evaluation of the Quality of Education, and also Red Cross of Serbia. We initiate activities on first place. The first systematic medical examination and motor skill test of students in the project at the beginning of the school year 23-24 were carried out. The second, control one, was done during the month of May this year. We involved 76 health centers among the Serbia, Republic and Provincial Institute for Sports and Sports Medicine, Faculty of Medicine in Belgrade, Institute for Public Health Dr. Milan Jovanović Batut, and physical education teachers involved in this project for this step of examination, medical examination. Also, the Ministry of Health and experts, Republic Commission, are preparing the implementation of systematic medical examination for every child from this school year in full coverage in cooperation with all health centers in Serbia. We also believe that we need to reinforcing knowledge of 350 pediatricians for the analysis of electrocardiogram. The seminars were held in Kragujevac and Belgrade. And in this regard, we joined to the project our most eminent children cardiologist, Dr. Goran Vukomanović from University Child Clinic in Belgrade. We hold public parent meetings, and they were organized with the subject of physical and health education, and the activities foreseen in the strategic documents, sport medical examination, and health aspects and possibilities of playing sports were discussed through the presentation of experts and from different roles, also on the improvement of school sports in the educational institution in the Republic of Serbia. All these public parent meetings attended by representatives of the National Assembly, ministers and representatives of the ministries implemented in this project were held in Novi Sad, Ub, Niš, Kikinda, Belgrade in 3 municipalities, Leskovac and Vrbas. Some of your colleagues are here today, and we were together in all these parent public meetings. We also made a survey of parents, students, teachers and principals of elementary and secondary schools, and they were carried out with attitudes and suggestions from them for improving this segment of the educational system. We also trained and arranged training and certification on first aid provision for all physical and health education teachers, as well as teachers from the 1st to 4th grade of elementary schools, in total approximately 18,000 people, in cooperation with Serbian Red Cross and the Republic Expert Commission for Sport Medicine of the Ministry of Health. We also formed 4 working subgroups which had to bring proposal, first group to bring proposal to change the teaching learning plan of physical and health education in elementary and secondary schools. The second group to work in bring proposal of activities aimed at improving sports in schools and physical activities in educational institutions. The third group to make cross-section of the actual conditions of the infrastructure of sport facilities, halls and swimming pools, and outside grounds within and or near educational institution on the territory of the Republic of Serbia. And the fourth one to determine the implementation of regular systematic medical examination for students of elementary and secondary schools. Reinforcing classes of physical and health education, as well as systematic medical examination and motor skill tests for about 3,536 students whose parents or other legal representatives gave their consent to participate in the pilot project is implemented in 87,000 municipalities, 73 elementary schools, and 22 secondary schools. In total, in 194 classes, of which 109 classes of the first cycle from grades 1st to 4th, 63 classes on the second cycle from grades 5th to 8th, and 22 classes on secondary schools. This was the scope of pilot project. And we're coming to the conclusions. There is no still conclusion. The final result of the examination and testing are proceeded by the Institute of Public Health of Serbia, while our excellent regular professor of the Faculty of Sport and Physical Education in Belgrade, Dr. Milivoj Dopsej, was appointed to prepare the scientific research report of the pilot project. Also, we had some problems in gathering all documentation that the teachers from physical and health classes had to bring us. And of that reason, if we could have Zdravitas at the beginning of this project, for sure that will run much easily. And this is a very good tool that we are going to have, because it will bring us faster information, and it will also join all information necessary, so we are responsible on the positions state working for state, we can work harder and bring some better decisions and work better. In the preliminary, but what we can say in the preliminary results, insufficiently well-developed motor skills were confirmed in a certain number of children, as well as the irregularities in postural status as crooked spine. But progress was also observed in the adaptation of work techniques and improvements in the performance of physical activities of children, as well as in the increase of concentration and attention in other classes, according to the conclusion of teachers of lower grades of elementary schools. And for sure, we all together join, based on reliable evidence, that regular programmed physical activity has a positive effect on prevention and preservation of health, and also is a very reliable therapeutic tool. We strongly believe in the positive effects of conducting this project, which will lead to easier adoption and implementation of regular and continuous physical activities of children through physical classes. Most important, my life mission is physical classes are crucial. The pilot project continues in the schools that already starts, so that the top experts of our country from all three fields, sport, health and education, could find the best and most appropriate decision through the implementation of the pilot project, which will concern the establishment of a systematic solution to achieve the set of goals in all schools in the Republic of Serbia, with special emphasis on the lower school grades where we have to pay attention mostly. With this, I would like to conclude, and I would like to give just a word that it's very important, you as a teachers, to transmit, to continue, and to fight, to persistent, to be what you are, because my life, my sport life, still today with 50 years old, start with my school education. I bring up my parent education for sure, school education, and especially classes of physical education brings me to my sport career and sport education. So I just want to give you all my love, all my strength that I have, you will have. And these are the words to my dear Goran, Ivana, Nebojša, all of you who are fighting for this what we spoke now, and yeah, that's it. I could speak a lot. Thank you.
Now, next speaker will be our dear colleague Ivana Milanović, professor for Faculty of Sports and Physical Education, University of Belgrade, about system monitoring in physical education. Zdravita Stanja mentioned, but we will hear more from Ivana. Thank you. Ivan.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for introduction. I would like to thank the organizer and EUPEA for this opportunity to share with you our experience and say something in this short time about our national surveillance system. I hope that our presentation will be ready. Okay, and yes, we have presentation that is necessary. So, before I start, I would like to say that for us in Serbia, it was a really long journey. And here in this room is some of the persons that started in the same time as we started, 2011, the colleague from Hungary, but they finished much, much before us. And we succeeded in this year, in 2024, to finalize our national system for monitoring students for fitness monitoring. I will just say something about the name, Zdravitas. It is a variation of two words, health and vitality. It's really difficult to translate in English, like Helvitas, but you can see that this is the best word that describes why it's important to have this national monitoring system. And also, you may see the mission. I think that we all have this mission to promote and raise awareness of importance of lifelong physical activity and the value of health-conscious lifestyles, but not only among the students, but it's among their families, parents. We have that problem in Serbia, and also with the other people, the public in Serbia. We can go. You can see here the main objectives of our national monitoring system, and I will not go through all of these because I think it is similar like in other monitoring systems in other countries which exist, these national monitoring systems. But I will say for us, one of the most important is to educate students during the testing to understand the relation between physical fitness and physical activity. Another way to say to improve or to enhance their physical literacy. That is really the goal of our national monitoring system. And also you may see we will have our database, and we will try in future years to make some scientific research, but only from the perspective of the health status and from our entire nation. Just a few words what we have to do, what we have done during this the establishment of the national monitoring system. In the period of 2000 to 2014, we developed our concept model. We made a lot of scientific research about that, and we developed our battery of tests, you will see later. And in this period, we have the first national testing related to the physical fitness of parameters of the primary school students, and we developed the national reference values. During the 2015 and 17, we have a lot of seminars for our teachers with just one aim, to familiarize them with the new model of monitoring, because it was something new for them, really different from the other way of testing in the schools. So it was really a difficult period. And in this period, next slide, we published the guidelines for monitoring students' physical fitness in physical education classes. And we explained in these guidelines everything what is necessary for one national monitoring systems. You may see we have 2 times testing at the beginning and the end of the school year. And in these guidelines, the teachers could find everything. Why we mostly we choose the health-related physical fitness concept, because we think that is the best way in the schools to do it. The test battery, we explained our national reference standards and the method of their interpretation, testing organization, testing protocols, and we also explained the pedagogical implications. This is for us really also important, because if you want to have motivated students in national testings, you have to do it in the right way. So in these pedagogical implications, we gave the advices for teachers how to motivate students to have feedback really good from them. These are our concepts. You see a small battery. We have to be really careful when we choose our test, because as you know, in Serbia we don't have really good conditions for health education programs everywhere. They are not similar. Somewhere it's really nice, somewhere it's not so nice. So was the first criterion also, the validity and the reliability of the tests. And you may see from the slide that the most of the tests and the components are related to the health-related physical fitness. We only choose one test from the skill-related health fitness group of tests, 4x 10-meter shuttle run test, because we think that is also something that we need in our country. As you may heard before, we are really sport-orientated nation, so it's really necessary for us to have this component also. This is really important to say that this battery of tests in this moment can be carried out in all schools in Serbia regardless of the condition in which physical and health education is taught. But in the future we will try to improve it, and maybe we will change some of these tests, because if we will have a better condition, we will try to improve our battery of tests. During 2018-2020, we implemented in our national curriculum this system in primary schools. Then we have the similar national testing for the students in the secondary schools, and we developed the national reference values for the secondary students. And in the 2019, we implemented regularly also this system in secondary schools. So at that moment, we have our national monitoring system in curriculum, but we didn't have this IT support. And at that moment, it was really good for us to became the part of really good project, International Erasmus Sport Project. I think that you may have heard about it, feedback platform. And this project was the aim of this project was to help the other countries to improve their national monitoring, or to develop the national monitoring system. And we were recognized as one of the best practice on fitness monitoring in Europe, but we didn't have this IT support. So this project helped us to do it, because during this project we made something really good for everyone who wants to go through this path. We made these key guidelines for designing a monitoring system for physical fitness of children and adolescents, and you may see it is something like in 10 steps, and in that moment we were somewhere here. 4 and 5 steps were really important for us. And from other colleagues, for example, from Hungary, from Slovenia, from Portugal, we learned a lot. From their experience, we succeeded to find a way, you may go on another slide, and to convince our government. And as a result of that, our effort, with the cooperation and consultation of the Ministry of Education, we managed the legal conditions for this national IT support. So we ensure the obligation of the measurement methodology, and the most important, the regulation of the data management. That is something it's really not so easy to do. And also we made a financial plan in our education development strategy. So this year we finished. We finished, and you may see from 2011, in this 2024-25 school year, we implemented it. National IT support, so all the other our schools are in this support. So we can go further. What we have in this our national monitoring system, we have two portals. One is administrative portal. Here you can see we have all primary and secondary schools in the Republic of Serbia in this portal. We have all employees whose activities are part of this system, from the high level to the schools, students of all grades, the results of the students from the testing of physical fitness. We are going from the first grade of primary school, but in the first and second grade we just doing we are doing just measuring of height and the weight, and the software is calculating BMI. So we have this really nice results about the prevalence of obesity and undernutrition in our Republic of Serbia. And from third grade, you saw this battery of tests. We are going from third grade to the secondary school with this battery of tests. On the public portal will be opened in December. And this public portal is, of course, for everyone to see what kind of national system we have. And also through this public portal, the parents or the other legal guardians of students have the access to results of their children, so they can see the individual report for their child, and they also can see the appropriate recommendations and advices from experts. Also, what we have for the teachers, next slide please. We have for the teachers, when they import the results, we have something like a group report, data analysis at the level of one class for all boys and girls, so the teachers can see what is happening on the level of one class. Also, we have this feedback individual report for each student separately with the recommendation and advices for that students, regardless of this healthy fitness zone, etc. And we have something that is also really important. We have these additional materials, exercise programs, so when the student is some zone, for example, not so nice, it's in the red zone, he got a special program of exercise, so in the free time he can follow this program of exercise to improve, for example, here flexibility, and here we have, for example, for explosive strength, something like the examples of the exercise they can choose and practice at home, and not only, also, of course, on the physical education classes, but also in the free time. At the end, what can I say? Yes, we finish it, but we are now at the beginning again, because this year was really a challenge for us. We have many challenges. First, the challenge to motivate the teachers to be more professional and responsible in participation of this system, because this is all new. Many other obligations they have in schools, so they are not so motivated to do some more and more work. So this is one challenge, really hard we have to do in the way to improve it. The second is the condition in our schools. So we will try with the Ministry of Education to improve our conditions in some schools. And the third one is to try to involve all stakeholders, not the teachers, but also the parents, in refining and overseeing the system in a way to something that we can build the trust and ensure that Zdravitas will fulfill its goals. Thank you very much. I hope it was enough for this short.
A very important field in physical education is inclusion. So now I will ask my friend Dejan Stojkovic to present his work about inclusion sports camp.
Dobar dan svima. Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to share with you our experience in working with vulnerable groups of children through the organization of inclusive sports camps. These camps represent the result of more than 15 years of dedicated work with children from various communities. Our goal has been to create a safe and supportive environment that promotes understanding, friendship, and active participation for all. Goals and vision. Our mission is to use sports and educational activities to help children develop self-confidence, improve social skills, and make friends from various social and ethnic communities. The camps are designed to break down prejudices and build lasting bridges of tolerance and mutual understanding. We are focusing on inclusion and equality, providing everyone the opportunity to participate in activities regardless of physical or mental abilities. School children who are growing up in an institution separated from their parents and placed into alternative care for various reasons. School children with disabilities having a long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment. School children from multi-ethnic communities, school children in rural societies, marginalized school children eligible for special education service who need individualized education plan within regular schools. Structure and organization the camps. The camps last 6 days and is organized in mountain locations, allowing children, mentors, and volunteers to connect in a natural environment. The children in the campus are divided into 4 groups. Each group gets its color as well as their mentors. The number of children within a group is the same. It is important that the groups are homogeneous, having similar capacities. Morning activities include the Olympics of Tolerance, football tournaments, obstacle courses, and nature walks. Afternoons are dedicated to educational workshops led by a blind communication expert and exploring the surrounding environment. Evenings are reserved for daily evaluations, planning, and social activities like disco nights and games. Working methodology. The camp is run by a diverse team of professionals, including physical education teachers, special educators, psychologists, coaches, and doctors. Our methodology is based on years of experience, adapting activities to ensure inclusivity at every step. Children from vulnerable groups often have a little or no sports experience, so we have developed activities that are fun and accessible, and help them feel part of a team. Results. Over the 15 years, more than 900 children from 70 different schools and institutions have participated in the camps. These initiatives have proven particularly important for children with disabilities, those without parent care, and children from multi-ethnic communities. The camps have helped children develop self-confidence and form lasting friendships. Mentors have improved their skills in working with diverse children, and collaboration between schools and institutions can continue beyond the camps. Challenges and solutions. We have faced challenges such as logistical issues and the need for greater support. We have learned to approach organization flexibly and constantly improve our methods. In some cases, we had to find a replacement for institutions that could not participate, but we managed this successfully thanks to high interest in the camps. Our vision is to expand the camps to all Western Balkans countries and continue promoting inclusion through the sports. The projects have been made possible with the support and funding from the USA Embassy in Serbia, enabling us to make the camps accessible and sustainable. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, dear Dan. Now I invite to Alexander Ignatievic to represent his work.
Thank you. I'm already prepared, so let me see the first slide. I will try to be brief. As my colleague said, my name is Alexander Ignatievic from Faculty of Education, and we are doing some kind of interdisciplinary studies. So we can proceed. I will try to be brief. All official documents you're very well aware of the current status of physical activity and the benefits of physical activity, so I can skip this part and not waste too much time on what are the benefits of physical activity, because all present are very aware of the situation. Even though we are all aware of the situation, the status of the children and the overall population is getting worse by each year. So depending on the country, no matter which country is in the situation of of current decrease of physical activity levels and other status that follow this status. So we are often looking for the past, and I also saw a similar picture in the colleague next to me, and we are always trying to remember how was it in the past, so when the children are not in the situation when they had so many problems and so many other things to distract them. So sometimes it was just sufficient to give some kind of equipment and children will play accordingly. And today there are many other things that distract children. So we have to find the ways to fight. What are the problems? I asked, of course, the ChatGPT, if you can turn the next slide. So we have to adapt in the current world and use current technology. So what are the problems of physical education in Serbia and how can we solve it? And answer are the basic one, and I wouldn't agree too much and wouldn't rely too much on the answer. The lack of infrastructure, we already heard about it, that there is certain lack of infrastructure, but I wouldn't put this on the main problem. The lack of qualified teacher, well, also it's a issue for debate. We have so many accredited institutions today, and even though I was a member of accredited committee and had some negative remarks, and we still have too many institutions and we have to work on quality. Lack of funds, it's for every country, it's always a lack of funds. Health issues, I am also very glad that my colleague put bent arm hang in their test battery, even though it's more and more countries are saying that it's not feasible and not really ideal test for the children when almost half of the children in schools can stand only 1 to 0 seconds, so it doesn't give too much information. But I would also put this test into battery to see what are the results, if there are some issues. So Chet helped me. For 20 seconds he gave me 2 pictures of motivation, a motivated teacher and unmotivated teachers. For just 3 sentences he gave me two pictures. So there is some effects of technology, but also the downside of it. And while I'm at the technology area, there is a topic of my project, the STEM education. So we are aware of influence of technology in the physical education, and this is supposed to be my main field of research, but I got a job at the Faculty of Education. So I have to shift my interest from the science and from all that you saw to a education system. And something that is new in educational area, it's a STEM education. And I heard first time, let's say 3-4 years ago, about the STEM in education. This is the acronym for science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And in the current situation, in the state of the society, we can shift to another side. There is increased interest in European Union, especially in European Union. There are more and more calls related to STEM education. So they are suggesting or predicting that in future most of the jobs will be related to STEM, and everyone should be able to work and to have basic knowledge in technology, and basic education should be shifted more towards STEM subjects and STEM topics. So logically there are many ideas and many projects related to STEM. These are the most known or most widely accepted ideas. Besides STEM, there is inclusion of arts in STEM field, so it's now STEAM. I don't know how it's in English. Stream, reading, double M like medicine, P like policy, public policy, H as a health, STEM H. So we decided to put a new approach, physical education in science, in STEM projects. So we have like STEPAM approach. So all these areas like engineering, mathematics, arts, and physical education. So we got a project financed by European Union last year, and try to develop the program that will include physical education classes into these areas. And together with John Kepler University from Austria and University of Jyväskylä from Finland, we are trying to develop the program and to implement interdisciplinary education into school and into younger grades in elementary school. We had a new problem. We had a lot of problems, but one of the problems is how many physical education classes per week, especially in the younger grades. So if you increase number of classes of physical education, there will be other issues about who will teach these classes and what about other classes, what about if the children are having too many classes per week. So one of the potential solutions is to use this interdisciplinary approach to include more physical activity classes into regular curriculum. We are all aware of the problem, and we'll try to use minimal equipment, so not to use too expensive equipment, so every school can try to implement this kind of program. This was one of the pilot studies. This was me in Finland in May. We tried to measure the physical activity with accelerometers in Finland and to try to put interdisciplinary program and to develop mathematical tasks in physical education classes. So interdisciplinary program is not new, but we tried to develop the guidebook. The next slide. And we will skip this one. This is the next slide. We try to develop the games and the guidebook for teachers to easily implement mathematical tasks in physical education and to see how is it working with the children. We have different topics, different classes. We can change the slide. I believe I have more pictures of this. And these were the game we tried in Finland. And we have a collection of 36 games for every week in the year, and to follow the program of mathematics together with the program of physical education. And currently we are having the first results of these studies, and we hope to publish soon and to develop it later. Maybe if you can play it, we have from the schools in my city how it looked like in the practice. The children should find the right ball. Each ball has written the number, and there is an equation in the cone. So they have to connect equation with the cone and try to do it as fast as possible, or try to do it in the groups. But you see that they took a lot of balls, try to find where's the place of the ball, measure the activity of the children, and even use some competition. You can squeeze the same video. And next one. And also you can use competition, try to develop more motivated children to be engaged in this kind of activity. And then the next slide. Use different kind of movement, not just running, but jumping, walking like a crab, walking in different kind of movement. Next. And also the task could be depending on the age. If we have older students, then we have to put a little bit more difficult problems with mathematics, but at the age we have to change the project idea. This won't be working with the older children. Then we try to shift from two topics, two subjects, to more multidisciplinary projects, multidisciplinary approach. We try to put three topics, three subjects, to include arts, science, and physical education. So in the first class, children draw, and they have a task to make a picture of something, let's say from science, some plant or something else, and to discuss about it. We glued it on these, not cones, but the spots, and then we played a memory game in the gym. So they're competing, they're playing memory games, and we connected three topics. So one of the definition of STEM is not to integrate just two topics, but to integrate whole STEM, like whole science, engineering, technology, mathematics together. And we are now developing the project. And the next slide. trying to, in each lesson, to put something from technology, to use some mobile device, mobile app, to use something from engineering, to use some kind of straws or some coins to make something from engineering department, but for the younger age, and to have something from arts and something from mathematics. This should be last around 3 to 2 regular classes in school. And for the last, we are hoping to finish this by the beginning of March, to have initial version of draft book, of guidebook for teachers with example of unit, and to try to implement it in the schools to see how it works and is this idea feasible. And for the physical education part, we are using the 365 games collection. You can return also. This is the collection of, let's say, the most games, elementary games in one place. Let's say around 2,000 to 3,000 of different kind of games. They can be selected depending on the equipment and depending on the task. And games that will be used in the program will be free, and they can be downloaded from the Google Play Store or Apple stores. And next week, I'm hoping next week or maybe this week, they'll be translated into 14 different world languages, so teachers in the world can use the app and the games that are used in the interdisciplinary program for free. And also could find the examples of the game on the video clip, but it will take another task and another a lot of additional time to develop it in the marketing campaign. But for now, we have support also from besides the European Union. We had recently get the support from American Embassy, and we have a new project and new program for including physical education to stream projects. Reading is new, and try to develop the workshop for teachers in Serbia. The workshop will be free, and application is until the 10th of this month. You have 2 more days for selection process to apply, and American Embassy will cover the cost of the project and the cost of accommodation in Jagodina for the selected participants. So I made a commercial at the end, but that's from me. Thank you for your attention and for your time. I try to be fast enough.
Thank you, dear Alexander. Now I'd like to introduce you to our colleague Dragan Vrčić from Osečina. It's a small city 50 kilometers from Belgrade. He is a PE teacher working with the children. 1 year to retirement he had. So please.
Hvala profesore Markoviću. Poštovane kolege, izuzetno mi je čast i zadovoljstvo što mogu da predstavim rad ustanove za fizičku kulturu Sportskog centra Osečine. Pre svega... Dolazim iz, možda ovaj slajd je sljedeći, iz Osečine, malo mesto u zapadnoj Srbiji na putu Valjevo-Loznica.
Osečina is a small city in western Serbia in between Loznica and Valjevo.
Nekih 10.000 stanovnika opština broji, a samo mesto Varošica negde oko 2.500 stanovnika.
It has around 10,000 people living, but it itself has about 2,500 people.
Radim u ustanovi za fizičku kulturu Sportski centar Osečina od 92. godine, od osnivanja ustanove.
He's been working in the institution since the year it was founded.
Malo pre je bila jedna definicija šta je ustanova za fizičku kulturu. To sam namerno naveo iz razloga što ustanove za fizičku kulturu u velikom broju slučaja gazduju sportskim objektima i veoma često se dešava da njihov rad se samo zasniva na održavanju tih objekata i pružanju tih usluga.
There are two different definitions for institutions and institutions for physical education, because oftentimes physical culture has ownership over the objects as well, and they just differ from one another.
Od osnivanja ustanove, od negde 1992. do 2004. godine nalazio sam se na rukovodećem položaju i u tom trenutku u ustanovi se mene kao stručnog lica postojali su radnici na održavanju, knjigovođa, tako da sam bio jedna stručna osoba u toj ustanovi.
From 1992 to 2004, he was on the highest position of the institution, and apart from him, there was only maintenance people and people who were taking care of the books. So he was the only one that was, how do you say?
Ovo je klip da pokažem, to je varošica, jedan deo varošice, a u ovom uglu se vidi sama ustanova. Može da se pusti to.
This is Osečina, and in the right corner is the institution itself.
Vidi se u uglu fudbalski teren sa veštačkom travom, sportska hala, bazeni i otvoreni teren za male sportove.
Pools, open fields, as well as football fields, and the institution itself again on the right.
Namerno sam naveo koji su objekti povereni, koji su povereni, u kojima radimo, zato što u nastavi fizičkog vaspitanja svi objekti se koriste za nastavu. Znači, sportska hala, fudbalski teren, 4 otvorena bazena, otvoren teren za male sportove, mini fiš teren i smeštani kapaciteti. Mi u uvodnom izlaganju ministar gospodin Gajić je naveo da će od 2025. godine do 2035. u strategiji razvoja sporta Republike Srbije kao primarni cilj biti rad sa decom predškolskog i mlađeg školskog uzrasta. Ono što želim da napomenem, to je da mi od 2015. godine nezvanično, kasnije ću napomenuti od 2017. i zvanično, mi smo u program ove ustanove uvrstili rad sa decom predškolskog i mlađeg školskog uzrasta.
Referring back to the minister's speech about the goals for 2035, the goal is to start working with pre-K children as well, which Sports Center Osečina has been doing since 2015 unofficially, but since 2017 officially.
Može sljedeći. Sve je počelo od 2012. godine kada je Savez za školski sport Srbije uveo u osnovne škole profesora fizičkog vaspitanja koji je počeo da radi sa decom od 1. do 4. razreda. Ciljna grupa je bila deca koja se ne bave sportom, znači oni, da kažem, i gojazni, sa nekim deformitetima, i to je bila neka polazna osnova od koje smo mi u našoj opštini krenuli.
Their starting point was in 2012 when it was introduced one PE teacher that used to work with children from 1st to 4th grade. Target groups were children who do not engage in sports, children with increased body weight as well as deformities and poor posture.
Od 2013. godine zvanično u našoj opštini je počeo da radi jedan kolega koji je bio na birovu za zapošljavanje, 13. i 14. godine drugi kolega, tako da vidjeli smo da takav rad ima efekta, da deca dolaze, posle toga i redovnije dolaze na školice sporta i na druge sportske aktivnosti.
Their municipality and their schools have gotten 2 teachers since 2013 and 2014, and they have seen an increase with children engaging with sports more ever since.
2014. godine u Osečini je osnovan Sportski savez i urađena je strategija razvoja sporta od 2014. do 2018. godine.
In 2014, the Sports Association was founded, and the development plan from 2014 to 2018 was also developed.
I već sljedeće godine mi smo počeli da radimo sa decom predškolskog uzrasta 2 puta nedeljno.
The following year, they started working with preschool children twice a week.
I sa decom mlađeg školskog uzrasta 3 puta nedeljno.
And with lower grade children 3 times a week.
Na prethodnom slajdu ste vidjeli, od 2017. godine zvanično u program rada sportskog centra je uvrštena školica sporta za decu od 1. do 4. razreda. Realizatori programa su 3 profesora fizičkog vaspitanja, 1 fizioterapeut i moja malenkost kao rukovodilac tog projekta. Može sljedeći. Našao sam neki klip koji je snimljen na početku 2017. godine, kako je izgledao taj čas. Može da se pusti. U prvom momentu kad smo, ako može malo samo da se smaje, kada smo počeli sa ovom aktivnošću, radili smo vikendom, uključeni su, u projekat su bili uključeni profesori koji rade u školi i profesori koji su zaposleni u sportskom centru.
In the initial stages of the project, they were working in the weekends with PE teachers from schools, but also from the association.
Kažem, radili smo vikendom, sigurno godinu i po dana. Neka iskustva iz tog perioda su nam dala smernice da nastavimo u buduće, a to je da smo krenuli od 2017. sa programom školice sporta u saradnji Sportskog saveza Osečine, Sportskog centra i obrazovno-vaspitnog centra braća Nedić. Znači, moralo je da postoji neki dogovor između te 3 institucije. Srećna okolnost je što Sportski centar, odnosno hala je bukvalno fizički povezana sa osnovnom školom i hala se koristi za nastavu fizičkog vaspitanja, a mi smo u radu sa decom počeli da radimo tako što smo organizovali taj čas kao vannastavnu aktivnost. U danima kada deca nemaju redovne časove fizičkog, mi smo organizovali 5. čas, znači posle nastave organizovali smo taj čas fizičkog, 2 puta nedeljno imamo te časove.
And they were 3 institutions were involved in this, and they had to use the hall that was the city's, but it was connected to the school itself. The first year and a half, they had extra curriculum classes on the weekends, which were additional to the ones they already had in the school program.
Plan te školice odnosi se na antropomotoričke merenja 2 puta godišnje na početku i na kraju godine, treninzi toku 10 meseci, dodatni sadržaj, organizovani izleti i sportske manifestacije, ukupno negde oko 256 časova, 32 nedelje.
Overall, during the year, they had 256 additional classes over the 32 working weeks, which were divided into extracurriculum trainings as well as anthropometrical tests.
Osnovni cilj, vidjet ćete sad kako je organizovan čas. Želeli smo da taj čas bude maksimalno iskorišćen, da deca, imali smo neke podatke da naša deca na času fizičkog su aktivna negde od 6 do 8, najviše do 10 minuta na času. Dobro. Ja se izvinjam, moj engleski je to loš da ne bi bilo to dobro. Ako možda povedete, deca su na časovima fizičkog aktivna od 6 do 8, najviše 10 minuta.
Children during PE classes are usually active between 6 and 8 minutes, but at most 10 minutes.
Mi smo organizovali čas tako da 3 profesora fizičkog, fizioterapeut budu prisutni na času i da decu delimo u 3 ili 4 grupe.
3 PE teachers and a physiotherapist were present at the classes, and the children were split into 3 or 4 groups per class.
Deca se dele u 4 grupe, svaki profesor dobije jednu grupu i znači sistemom stanica organizovan je taj rad.
Using the station method, they organized their work, and each professor had a group of children.
Može sljedeći slajd. Znači, ta nastava je, ti časovi su neobavezni, međutim, od 161 učenika koji dolaze na čas, izostaju sa tih časova samo oni koji su bolesni.
The classes were not mandatory, however, out of 161 students, 89 were included in the extra organized sports activities.
Od tog broja 89 je uključeno u organizovano fizičko vežbanje u klubovima košarkaškom, odbojkaškom, fudbalskom, karate klubu.
89 of them were also included in organized sports activities, meaning basketball clubs, football clubs, and whatever was organized sports-wise.
Najveći rezultat, kažem, što smo mogli da postignemo je to da smo dobili da je efektivno učenik na času bio angažovan od 25 do 33 minuta.
Active time of students during the classes went up from 6 to 8 to 25 to 33 minutes during the class.
Može sljedeći slajd. Kako smo to pustili? Možete da pustite ako samo malo tiši ton. Učenici kako dolaze na čas, možda se smanjimo. Kako dolaze na čas, oni se postrojavaju, odlično, oni se postrojavaju na liniju koja je obeležena, oni imaju svoje numeracije, znači poređani su po azbučnom redu, svak staje na svoje mesto, profesor, da ne bi gubili vreme, samo evidentira ako neko nije tu na času. Uzeli su marke, podeljeni su u 4 grupe prema, da kažem, motoričkim sposobnostima. Najbolja grupa je, da kažem, dece koje su motorički najspretniji, jedna boja, druga boja su oni koji su manje spretni, a između, u zavisnosti od broja deca, delimo ih na isti broj dece po grupama. Ovo je sad kako izgleda, normalno to nije bilo u početku, ali ovo je 7 godina rada, mi smo sa njima napredovali, znači posle, da kažem, zagrevanja, vežbe oblikovanja, deca u grupama prelaze i rade po tim stanicama.
At the initial stage? At the initial stage of the class, children are ordered by alphabetical order, and then afterwards, based on their motoric skills, split into groups. Over 7 years, there's been a lot of progress seen with the children, and you can see some of the exercises that they did with the kids.
Otprilike možda se nastavi to što je da se nastavi klip koji je bio već, da pomerite samo još malo naprijed. Dobro. Taj deo časa koji ostaje, znači neki 30 minuta, deli se na 4 vremenske perioda u kojoj svaka grupa dece obiđe stanicu za 7 minuta. Znači 7 do 8 minuta traje svaka ta stanica izmena. Ono što je bitno napomenuti, obavezno jedna stanica su vežbe korektivne gimnastike, preventivne vežbe. Druga stanica su igre, štafetne igre, uglavnom 4 stanice.
The final 30 minutes of the class, all 4 groups had to go through 4 stations, some of them including motorical, as well as some games that they all had to go through for 7 to 8 minutes.
Može sljedeći stav. Znači, suština je da se deca maksimalno angažuju na času, da taj čas bude iskorišćen, da oni budu zadovoljni i da posle časa odlaze kući raspoloženi. Pored ove vrste školice sporta koja se organizuje, kažem, 2 puta nedeljno, kao dopunski program je i u tokom leta održavamo sa tom decom istom školu plivanja. Celo leto od 9 do 11 sati, deca od 6 do 13 godina. I takođe u tokom godine organizovan je fizioterapeut je angažovan da radi individualno ili u manjim grupama sa decom kod kojih je registrovan neki deformitet ili loš statut tela.
Apart from the extracurriculum that they organized, they also had supplementary programs of the sports school, which includes a swimming school from July 1st to August 28th for 2 hours twice a week. The age group was between 6 and 13, and they also had organized a physio that would individually work with children or work in group based on prevention and correction and what the children need.
Može sljedeći slajd. Pre toga je bilo sljedeći, ovo je sa časa plivanja, imamo još ono što sam hteo da napomenem da sve sportske aktivnosti u sportskom centru Osečina za decu osnovnoškolskog uzrasta su besplatne.
All sports activities for children organized by the sports center are free of charge.
I za kraj, želeo bih da kažem da ovakve vrste organizacija zavise samo od pojedinaca, da ne kažem od dobre volje ljudi koji rade sa tom decom. Ja sam izuzetno srećan i zadovoljan što sam ceo život u sportu i što sam mogao da radim sa decom i na neki način sam mogao da utičem da kreiram neku, da kažem, politiku sporta u svom mestu.
Dragan is very happy because he has all life take to the children, give to the children to physical education, to develop physical education. I will see how his active time is spread from 6 until all 33 minutes.
Hvala.
Thank you for your attention. The last but not least, now it's my colleague Eleonora Vlahović who is going to tell you something about gender equality in physical education. She worked with me in an Institute for Improvement of Education and Center for Textbooks and Curriculum.
Thank you. A kako menjamo?
Sve će ti ja menjam.
Hello everyone.
Probaj.
First of all, I want to say that I'm happy to be a part of this forum meeting. I am not from your profession. I'm a psychologist, but as you know, the connection between body and mind is so strong that we could easily find many common topics to work together and explore. Today, I would like to share with you briefly experience from the seminar which we 3 years ago start to develop. Now we have some experience prethodnim. And this is a seminar for the physics and health teachers which work in elementary school, and this is in-service teacher training. The title of the seminar is Agent, Physical Education in the Function of Gender Equality, Tolerance and Togetherness. At the first moment, I accepted to offer to join the team which work in this seminar because it was a so attractive topic for me because I work more than 20 years as advisor in Institute for Improvement of Education and cover the area of civic education. And as you know, the gender equality is a very important topic in civic education. Next. Why it was so attractive for me? Because in that moment I know nothing about the game Agent, but this idea, it was so attractive for me and I accepted. And we started to develop a seminar on the base that the sports are organized, physical activity are the first determinant of health for the both men and women, of course, according to the World Health Organization. You can see on this slide the content of the seminar. We start with the general story about the gender equality, importance, challenge, and the problems. Then we discuss the problem of the gender equality in the sport. Then we work about physical and health educations as function of gender equality. I must say that this year, when we start to prepare this seminar, has been introduced the game Agent into the physical and health education curriculum, and it was something new for the teachers. Last 3 parts of seminar we dedicate to the game, what is the Agent game and rules, then game demo, and at the end of the seminar teachers could practicing the game in the hall. You probably everything know what is on the slide, but I must say that throughout history sport has been male. Men have controlled sport, use it for their own purpose and shaped it to suit their needs. 3 arguments dominate for discrimination against women in sports are medically, as you could see, that women are physiological, incapable of sports activity and it could harm them. Aesthetic, women who play sports are physically unattractive, and the social, the demands of sports are at odds with real femininity. Nowadays, we could say that while some progress has been made in gender equality in sports, the number of the athletes in female and male on Olympic Games are equal, But there are still many examples of inequality in the sport. I will pass through several facts. One is that there are no women in the list of 20 highest paid athletes in the world. The next is that the Olympics Games are only 15, maybe 20 of female sports journalists and photographers, no more. The number of women of coaching and refereeing in sports is small. The number and amount of scholarship for the female athletes is low. The problem about this presentation sport in media is very serious because the media has a significant role in supporting gender stereotypes in sports or opposing those stereotypes. Gender stereotypes about sportsmen and women in the media are very present, and sportswomen are often sexualized. They are often portrayed in a way that contribute to the marginalization of female athletes' achievements due to an emphasis on femininity and sex appeal rather than strength and skills. This is a big difference in the media space dedicated to women's and men's sport. Men's sport receives significantly more attention. We haven't enough time now, but I could show you that every day, more or less, in newspaper Politika, which is with the biggest influence in Serbia, on the pages where is sport, very important information about women in the sport are in a small part of the page, but the biggest information is something very, very unimportant for Serbia about some foot player in Paraguay, or doesn't matter. I'm not sure why is this, but we could explore. Sexual violence against women in sports. We must say there is violence in sports for the both sex, of course. But when it comes to sexual harms and violence, female athletes suffer more. That's the fact. At the end, I must say that the discrimination exists in the world of the male, because still men are fighting for the right to change their rhythmic gymnastics and synchronized swimming without labeling, judgment, and discrimination. And now, this is something maybe for you new. I would like to say something about the game Agent. That is a short of I'm gentleman. And next, Agent is a ball game designed so that all students in the class can participate at the same time. This is very important because in our schools, I believe that is similar in the other countries, boys and girls usually practice separately in the physical and health education classes. The game's creator is here, and he is from Serbia, and he has been expanding for many years, more than 20. He's a very enthusiastic person and really like to work with students. It's a dynamic game in which a boy and girl work together to protect each other. It requires no special equipment and can be played with large or small groups, even with the students' different age, no problem, both indoors and outdoors. This explains why many countries have already included this game in their curriculum. Game agent goes beyond simply having boys and girls play the same sport. Doesn't matter, basketball, volleyball. The game promotes a sense of community between boys and girls. That is a title, community instead of segregation. It reflects that spirit of gender equality by respecting biological, social, and cultural differences between men and women. In Agent, everyone can be themselves. For the civic education, that's the most important. The differences are respected, and each player takes care of the other. This game, you don't have to be the same to be equal. That's very important. For this reason, Agent serves as a good example of how equality can be achieved by respecting diversity. Now I haven't enough time to say something more about the game's rule. Who want could find. Okay, we will find a way. But I must say, when I start to work with colleagues, at the first moment, I really don't know about the game, as I said. It was a new experience for me, because when you watch students play the game, you can see how they enjoy. And when the class is over, they don't want to stop. That is very rare. And that show me that the game has capacity to develop motivation students for physical activity. If we have enough time, we could see a short half minute of the video. Is it possible? Just a moment. Together in the sport for equal in the life, it was the motto of our seminar. And that is for me very, very important, because we must develop this concept. It is not possible to develop without our influence from adults. So let's see the video. Of course, the video is not perfect. You couldn't see all aspects of the game. But believe me, in a real life, 10 minutes is enough to see that's some kind of miracle. They play another game with the balls, but Agent has something different. Ako ne može ništa.
You can find this video on YouTube and lots of videos about Agent.
Ne, ali baš taj. Nisu svi. Doesn't matter. They could find on internet. Neka pusti, nije ni bitno. Nema veze.
Okay.
Thank you for attention.
Thank you to all speakers. Now we are take a little bit short break, and after we continue until the lunch. Yes. So, 5 minutes, yeah? Just 5 minutes break.
Ajde, da imamo pa.
That's why we also invited ICEPs, FIEPs, and CEREPs to share also their thoughts, because I think it is on the big value of sharing thoughts that we can make our way in EUPEA to promote physical education all around Europe. And this is for us an important tool, because these are the partners that we usually have. That's why we also invited ICEPs, FIEPs, and CEREPs to share also their thoughts, because I think it is on the big value of sharing thoughts that we can make our way in EUPEA to promote physical education all around Europe. And I don't know this guy, but very interesting phenomenon.
Because I have the feeling that some people they don't listen you well. So
okay, thank you, Bruno. Bruno is taking care of the.
Please listen to Avelino.
But Bruno, can you put the presentation there? Yeah. Okay, good. So, okay, thank you. Good, very good, thank you. So let's go through this. Also, obviously, we all heard about the UNESCO quality PE definition that started. Also, they thought it was important to work on this since 2015, and we have several international charters regarding physical education, regarding physical activity, and there is a strategy, a clear strategy that was implemented since 2016 for education, for health and well-being, and especially when we go through the action plan in 2017, the Kazan plan, when we say and we look and we go to the main policy area and we see develop a comprehensive vision, inclusive access to all sports, physical education, and physical activity, and besides all, obviously the quality, the faster quality physical education, active schools, we see that is a necessary, quality PE is a necessary component of primary and secondary schools. Why? Because it supports the building of physical skills. I let you read, but especially I think this is important for us to understand that not only EUPEA, not only the other organizations, also UNESCO. So this is an educational view of physical education, which is important also for us. Regarding this is something that the ministers of sports that were together in Kazan in 2017 and then last year also, they improved regarding this situation. Obviously, we have many documents regarding physical activity, as you can see in working plans and other issues. But for us, when we see too many of these programs and projects and plans, we thought for us it would be better to have for our EUPEA projects also a matrix where we would develop the quality PE in one of the goals. And as you can see, we have these 4 areas for quality PE, for physical education, and one of them obviously is how to assess and promote quality PE. So even our projects, which we have some of them presented this afternoon, will also be an area where we want to show you all what has been done in European Erasmus projects regarding the quality of PE. Then I remember when I went through all these documents, and this should be a presentation also made with Claude Scheuer, because he could not be available to be here with us, with our project advisor. I went it through, and we found a EUPEA UNESCO seminar on quality physical education, and there I found many of the topics which we think it's important to share with you and to give a thought regarding the quality PE as a multi-systematic phenomena implying consideration on the following levels: structure, process, and product. So I think these 3 areas are important areas for us to develop, to have ideas regarding this, because all of these 3 areas influence the quality of physical education in schools. So in this, the structure level, I mean the systematic school PE advocacy, inclusive learning, learning to learn, positive ambience, promote physical literacy and healthy lifestyles. We already heard some of these issues this morning with our Serbian friends. I think also we will hear more later on this. Obviously, the motivated and qualified, competent PE teachers is there. We can have hours, but if we don't have competent people there working with children, the result is not the same with specific training in PE master degree. And also, if we can so at the level of the process, formal curriculum, which is also something which we think it's important to have as an orientation tool for us to develop quality PE all around our classes, positive learning environment, the students understanding the challenge, and the learner's autonomy and responsibility. See, these are obviously at the process level of quality PE. And the product level will be represented by the existence of a formal systematic PE learning assessment. This is always the question of the assessment, is always a big issue. But it should include physical fitness and values. This is also something that sometimes we forget to teach. We don't need to teach, but it must be integrated in the teaching, the values of physical education and physical fitness. All focus on PE competences, and this is also obviously something that we need to achieve. Even when this was more noticed, when we had the COVID-19 pandemic, on going over, people understood, as they had to be in their homes, the importance of PE and the importance of physical activity, and the importance of sports, even sports like this. And so that's why we think in all the recommendations that we made that stakeholders should support the implementation and evaluation of effective, evidence-based physical education, quality physical education, and the whole school approaches to promote physical activity to help reduce their behavior. I think this is something that we in the schools must also be aware, must support, must make our focus, that we in PE obviously don't have to do this all by ourselves, but with the helping of our colleagues, of the school system, of the directors, of the parents. It's important for us to have this idea of developing the quality PE in the schools, in the physical activity and the school sports. Obviously, this is not a green area. We have some problems, and we define some problem zones. Recognition of physical education, the different understanding what physical education is or should be, the concept area. So I mean, we have different levels. It's a variety of situations that we have all over Europe. Many countries lack of quality on different quality PE indicators. So we know about this. Even in our own countries, we have different kinds of. We have different kinds of approaches regarding. So what we are missing, and we really missing, is a transnational comparative research on quality PE. And this is something that we want to achieve in sharing this with you, because European monitoring system to evaluate quality PE on a regular basis is something that is really strongly needed from the scientific community, but also from the school community, and also from our partners, our members that work with the PE Teachers Association. So, to finish, let me also underline, so the advocacy for PE is something that we always have a headstone, a leading line for for international, so the NGOs and PE associations make, and this is what we want to do to achieve here, is that we have a network of collaboration with academic research, with teachers teaching in PE, as I told you, the PE teacher community, and that the PE students can evaluate and see and have the correct response of a quality PE around it. And if we have this, we can be sure that we can all have this, our logo, our main sentences, that there is no education without physical education. So thank you for your attention. new regions.
Can I have one question?
Yes, please.
Not to you.
We'll have at the end, but
No, I don't.
okay, Dave, thank you. So, Bruno?
Yeah. So I will call all my colleagues to come here because we can save time. Because if you are sit here, you come directly to present your perspective from your region. So if you can come there. And so now we will have, we start by the North region with Aso Park from Estonia. Please, Aso, you're welcome. Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah.
All the PowerPoint are in the same PowerPoint, so you can go to my computer there. It's there. It's there. Down. This one.
This way.
Okay. This one.
Hello everybody, dear attendees. I have the honor to give a brief presentation on quality physical education in Estonia and the other North region countries. But mostly I will hold focus on the example of Estonia, but both PE curriculum and quality of physical education approach are based experience of other Nordic countries also. So, in Estonia, quality physical education is defined as subject that ensures students develop movement competence. It encompasses the motivation, knowledge, skills, experience and attitudes necessary for engaging in physical activities. Quality physical education also fosters the development of self-directed individuals who have positive attitude towards sports, movement, who are capable for independently participating in physical activities, and who understand the responsibility of maintaining their own health. So, yeah. The most important things are coming twice up, so we can do this one.
Always,
yeah.
be sure.
And additionally, a framework for quality lessons has been established in Estonia, which includes self-analysis, I mean student self-analysis, like other speakers already before me told and like Avelino told, the same things. Then also constructive feedback, which one is important when we think about assessing and when we think that is it only one grade enough to ensure the quality of PE, then definitely no. But more important is feedback, which one student really can use to make some changes or how he or she start trainings to get better in future and raise the quality during this. And also goal setting, which one is important also to hold on the quality of physical education. Next, in Estonia, the understanding of quality physical education is defined and explained by the national curriculum and subject syllabus, which came into effect this autumn. So, this document outlines the principles and goals of quality PE, ensuring a comprehensive approach to PE in schools. Teachers perceive quality physical education as significantly influenced by those educators who have clarified the principles of the new curriculum. So the document can be a really good one, but more important even is the person who is front of the class and who is responsible that the quality during the lesson is really on. These teachers actively implement these principles, participate in training sessions and are open to developing a motivating learning environment. Their commitment to understanding and applying the new guidelines plays a crucial role in delivering quality physical education effectively. Additionally, the implementation of quality PE is supported by training sessions, training sessions for teachers, a dedicated website, which one we have, and curriculum changes introduced at the University of Tartu in teachers' education. And last slide, what I have, which one we have this Schools in Motion project, which one can support this quality physical education in our schools. And like you see, it starts when the kids are coming to the school already during the morning time, when they use active transport, and all the other parts during the school day. And we can't forget the leisure time, the free time, what's happened before and after the school, during the weekends. And all these things together can ensure that physical education is quality, and all the physical activities really affect the students in overall. So this is Estonian example that I can give now speech to next region and country. Thank you.
Thank you. Nader is not here, so we will go now with the Central West region with Wouter Cruz from Belgium.
Sorry.
Okay, excuse me. Okay.
Right in front of you.
No, but it's Nigel Green. It was all right.
I'm covering for Nigel.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Yeah. Both of you. Okay.
So have you got my presentation?
Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you. Okay. So just to reintroduce myself, my name is Gareth, and that's not to be confused with Garrett, who's over there. As we know, there's only one Garrett, and hopefully there'll only be one Gareth. So this presentation has actually been designed and written by my colleague Nigel Green, who's had to go elsewhere. So if it's not very good, we can blame him, can't we? If it is good, I'll take the credit, thank you. Okay, so it seems to me that we've been looking for many years to try and understand what is quality PE. In England, we poured a lot of money into PE in school sports about 20, 25 years ago. And it was the new Labour government under Tony Blair that really saw physical activity and PE in school sport as a way of combating a lot of social problems at the time, crime, health, etc. We actually used the phrase high quality PE, and I'm really interested by the fact that we're now carrying that on just by calling it quality physical education. I think the overall message I'm going to get through, and is a personal view, and I'd be interested to see whether you agree with me, is that whilst I think it's important to try and agree on a number of basics, a number of fundamental concepts, I wouldn't like to see it as something that's rigid, that's prescriptive, that everyone's got to follow, because I like to see some agency there where there's manoeuvrability for individual creativity and flair, where people can add things according to their different contexts. I think that's important. So Nigel wanted me to refer towards this piece of research that's actually been carried out right across Britain. Loughborough representing England, Edinburgh, Scotland, and Cardiff representing Wales. And they have actually identified 5 different aspects of quality physical education. And I think most of the messages there are messages that we've understood. So PE in England, we need to sort out where health and well-being fits in relation to public health in particular. We need to look at performance, citizenship, and pedagogy as aspects of high quality physical education. Sorry, gone the wrong way. If we're going to try and sum that up based on the previous slide, based on the research, we're looking at inclusivity, lifelong physical literacy, personal and social development, and positive attitude towards PE. It should be student-centred and led by knowledgeable and motivated teachers who, when it comes to assessment, we need to look at the full picture. So if we're going to argue that PE can cater for our pupils holistically, we need to recognise that. It's not just about physical performance. We can try and look at how we can assess their creativity, we can look at how they can develop their social skills, and how assessment can fit into that. That, to my mind, is a key message regarding quality PE, is the assessment, but the assessment needs to be based on holistic approaches. I've been told I've got 2 minutes, and Garrett's waiting to give his contribution. He tells me he's going to speak for 10 minutes, so we'll see how we get on. So, very quickly, the National Association is called EUPEA, Association for Physical Education. To my mind, that's quite a messy slide. They've tried to summarise what quality PE is and look at everything they've got going on there. I personally think we need a simpler message, but again, that's my interpretation. Let's have a look at what the Welsh are saying. So this is from someone at Cardiff Met University. I think the key message there is that this particular lady, Anna, she says that PE needs to address the social justice agenda. Inclusivity, again, a very important aspect from our Welsh friends. If we go to Scotland, unfortunately they didn't get time to give us a response. And now we're going to go over to Ireland, who will give us a response.
It's obviously an older version because there is a response. But just very quickly, from an Irish perspective, in terms of quality PE, what we have done is we have gone through 3 aspects of curriculum revision for all the domains in our education system. We looked at lower secondary school, higher secondary school, and exam based. So in Ireland we can now offer students who are talented in sport or physical activity the opportunity to sit an exam and to get points that will go towards university qualification. So there's no exact terminology in terms of quality physical education. It's more looking at that curriculum revision that will lend itself to teachers becoming motivated and to influence the students, the learners. And also in the presentation, which will be updated, we do have, in terms of inspectors, go round in terms of whole school inspection and subject inspection to look at the quality of physical education that is being delivered to students. We do have a document referring to looking at our schools, which is up to each individual teacher and subject area to see how they can implement that in their classroom. So that's a quick overview, and I suppose back over to Garrett to sum up.
Just very quick, I think I'm now on -2 minutes, so I will be very quick. I won't talk through everything that's an update from our region. I just want to make one plea. I just feel as though we've got a real problem in England with the post-COVID situation. We've seen young children return from lockdown and they don't have the social skills that perhaps they used to. We've got a lot of children who are absent from schools. We've got head teachers having to go out in cars and vans, knocking on people's doors, saying to parents, where are your children? Let's get them into school. We have a lot of children in lessons actually refusing to do things. Now, I'm higher education, I work in university, but we have a lot of primary school children coming in. They look around them, they enjoy their PE, but then they refuse to take part. Only a handful. And I think perhaps what we need to do is address this post-COVID issue, find out if it's an issue in your country, and find ways in which we can integrate physical education, physical activity, to look at this post-COVID generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll let you introduce by yourself.
Okay. Good morning, I'm Wouter Kools. I'm a representative for the region Central West. I will try to go over... Oh, this is not mine.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Time has caught us, and I have only received some information from the Netherlands and myself, so it's not a complete regional overview, but I've tried to see whether I could contribute something on how, what kind of different perspectives there are, or there could be, in focusing on quality in physical education, because there, in my opinion, are quite several. I think I will skip 1, 2, and 3 because actually Gareth already talked about that. We have our curricular goals that is stated by our governments, and they are quite focused on physical literacy development in young children. And so the main goal of what is expected that we do or reach with our pupils in physical education is actually trying to deliver young people at an age of around 18 who are motivated, who have confidence in themselves, they are physically competent and knowledge, and they have the understanding of the value of physical activity and they know that engaging in physical activity in a lifelong process is important. So that is what, as a physical educator, is actually our goal to reach with the children. And in the Netherlands and in Belgium, we are, as a physical educator, we are quite left open to how do we reach that. And that is maybe a thing that makes assessment of quality PE less evident or quite complex. So I gave an overview of the principles that are beyond, but I will skip the slides because we are running out of time. But I want to focus on a few elements. That may be more important. I have to be a little bit patient on the... So I think what contributes to quality in physical education is that we are educating specialist PE teachers, and in Belgium, most of the PE teachers that are teaching physical education are specialist teachers. I think about 85% of the teachers in pre-primary, primary and secondary educations are specialist PE teachers. And they are all enrolled in different programs that are really focused on teaching physical education. So that is one of the things that already plays a certain guarantee or potential of quality physical education in schools. It's quite the same in the Netherlands. So what we have in Flanders is that we have educational inspectorates. That means that on a school level, schools are screened and evaluated on their pedagogical approaches, and physical education is taken into this evaluation process. But also there are on a regular basis there are screenings of subject areas. So physical education as a domain in primary and secondary education is screened by itself as well as a subject area. So that is some kind of a quality assessment process that is installed in Belgium. And besides an inspection service, there is also a pedagogical guidance service. So teachers that are in need of, or that have some kind of needs, they can contact the pedagogical service, and then there can be school visits to support the team, or there can be school visits for an individual approach. And then there is also some kind of periodical interventions for school groups when there are reforms in curricular goals and so on. If we focus on the quality of the PE infrastructure, then we are on another level that is not really school related, but that is policy related. And then we've been working on that, and in the Netherlands some work has been done on the quality of the infrastructure. And then in the institutions, there is a focus on quality physical education with initiatives that actually professionalize or try to optimize teaching behavior. And I've given a few examples. For example, in the University of Ghent, they are working with to develop a tool. It's called V-Observer. And the tool is actually used for the teacher to make video fragments of himself, and do some self-reflection on how to professionalize and how he is adds to the motivation, intrinsic motivation to the students, and is kind of a self-learning tool. The University of Luxembourg has been focusing on a quality tool for to support actually PE teacher education development. And at the VUB we have been focusing on quality in general with a more managerial model on physical education, so that there is a difference in this kind of assessments. What has resulted in some kind of a model and a tool to help schools to screen themselves for physical education quality. Oh, I'm gone the wrong way, so.
You can continue now.
Yes. So that is a visual of the tools that have been developed, and I think that might be it. I've added some resources so that you can look it up if you like.
Thank you, Mutter. Sorry. Please, Jana Waziskova for the, I don't want to do a mistake, Central West Region. Czech Republic. No. Down.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello, my name is Jana, and I'm briefly will speak about quality physical education in Central East region. I can skip some slides because I prepared also the report about what we are doing in our region. But in Czech Republic, the quality PE is not defined, but it is understood as reaching determined goals that each teacher set up in advance before they went teaching. They go teaching. We do not have any written documents that outline the understanding of quality PE, but from the responses from the replies that I sent to my teachers in association, I got really nice answers. First, one teacher haven't experienced quality PE, which was surprising, but because she's constantly battling students resistant and reluctance, motivation zero, which was really surprising. But there are some really nice answers from the teachers. Short view, plenty of physical activity in the lessons, and pupils are upset that the class is over. Middle term view, they have learned new skills, and long term view, pupils' positive attitude to physical activity, enjoyment, and being physically active in their life. So this is, I can say, really positive and good points for quality physical education. Okay, some other answers from teachers. So motivating students to a lifelong regular exercising, when children are moving 90% of class time and many more. In Poland, there is a problem that we don't have partners. They don't have a professional association of PE teachers, but they sent me a really huge information about definition of high quality physical education. So I picked that physical education is understood as a comprehensive approach, developing motor skills, health knowledge, and encouraged in active lifestyle. They have a core curriculum for physical education and standards for teacher education and physical education, and additionally sport development strategy. So perception of high quality PE by teacher, we can say that there are different perspectives. Another perspective can be from teachers, from pupils, or from stakeholders. So they need some really great support from school administration. There are some activities they will do in the future, or they've done since now. In Slovakia, quality PE is not defined specifically in Slovakia. There are no such documents for quality PE. Perception, because the association is also not active, but they still have some projects. You can see the links, and those projects, those events are also here in the links. Hungary, Quality PE is understood since 2015, and if you want to know more, you can ask Tamas. They have a written document that outlines the policy documents about physical education in health promotion strategic measures, which is kind of governmental strategy since 2016. And teacher perceive quality PE. You can see the replies that there are no empirical data. Students already learning about the renewed physical education teacher training since 2022. And some activities for promotion. Two lessons, afternoon lessons could be exchanged with a sport club certificate, which is we also discussed in previous board meeting. So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Please, Viviana Zito for the South region. Just down.
So I represent Spain, France, Malta, Portugal, and Italy. And let's talk about France. Okay, in France is the question of physical education is very useful to recognize the importance of physical education and provide a standard to evaluate curricula in order to define what should know and what they should able to do it. And of course to define the minimal condition that enable to obtain such outcomes. And the outcomes can be divided in stable condition, for example, the duration of the physical education hour that can be decided or negotiated by PE teacher, and the procedural condition, such, for example, the learning environment, the design of learning environment by the PE teacher. But considering and thinking about those conditions, there are some consideration about that in France they are doing. Because the quality physical education is often presented as the research for the best practice, the good practice, and they are also analyzing some risk. For example, the reducing of flexibility of teaching practice, the denying of creative of PE teachers, and at the end they are going towards this direction, resuming the definition of quality physical education for France, that is enabling to the young people to learn new skills, guarantees success for all sports and artistic activities, and providing, of course, meaningful experience. And that's all to develop school sport in a continuum of physical education. Speaking about Italy, although there is a strong value for physical education, we are witnessing there are not so many development regarding the subject, except some small some small things that are going there to do. But generally, we are referring to UNESCO Quality Physical Education that everybody of you knows. And if we want to think about a document that could be, in a way, describe the status quo of physical education right now, and the challenges and the future perspective of the quality physical education, I think that now is this document created by SISMES, that is an Italian Societies of Exercise and Sport. This document is very recent, and it was done in published in 2024. Attilio Carraro is one of the authors, is there, and this is the website that everybody of you can download. Is in Italian still, but so I guess soon it could be done. It could be released an English version for everybody of you. And at the end, if I try to summarize what is physical education in Italy, or what we would like to be physical education in Italy, we can resume in this like physical education as a constantly evolving discipline, a discipline that can carry in deep reflection to also to initial and ongoing training for teachers. And of course we have to review, it's necessary because now it's old in Italy, we have to review the general system of school curriculum from primary to high school, and of course the ministerial indication. We should also take in account some changing of habits of families, some technological developments, also the influence of social media, and to fight sedentary lifestyle pandemic that we face after COVID. And concepts like physical literacy, lifelong learning, life skill, sustainability, active school should be present in the curriculum and taken in mind from by all PE teacher. Trying to go quickly, we also have tried to promote. Okay, 2 minutes. Promote the school, the sports club and local authorities, so that the boundaries of the school are not closed, but it's open. I go forward to Portugal. In Portugal, there is an inclusive and equitable approach aimed at promoting the physical, social, and emotional development of the students. So they are still referring to UNESCO, and they are pointing to a pedagogical quality, ensuring an eclectic-wide practice that enhance sports culture and the adoption of healthy lifestyle. All this underlined by the equality and equity of opportunities among different studies for each grade and depending of physical, social, and emotional skills. So, comprehending everybody. Those are some documents that the colleague from Portugal sent to me, and going to Spain, they also define quality physical education referring to UNESCO. And in Spain, since 2019, they are working, and there are some documents signed by teachers, university, and primary education, and a first definition of quality PE was set out. Then there were published some proposals, some practical proposal for this, and resuming the most important things was 3 hours of physical education at all stages. And the other documents point out the importance of to have the a compulsory sports centers together with the school. Recently, a new law, LOMLE, was set out, and together with this, a manifesto. And lately, a barometer is being created and implemented to measure the state of quality physical education in Spain, and it's called EduFis. And okay, documents that you can watch. Last but not least, Malta. In Malta, again, they are still referring to UNESCO, and so the learning experience offered to children and young people through physical education lessons should be developed in an appropriate way to help them to acquire motor skill, cognitive understanding, and to be ready to lead a physical and active life, so in a holistic way. These are the documents that you can go and check. And last slide. In resuming, what is quality physical education in Malta is something that has to be acquired to have a competence that could be used for the real life, as to take in account all the domains, not only the psychomotor domain, but should encapsulate also the others. All the students need to have positive experience, meaningful experience, irrespective of their abilities. And of course, we don't have to forget the cooperative and competitive levels that the physical education should be present.
Thank you. To finish with the Southeast region, Liliana Popesca from North Macedonia, please.
Thank you, Bruno. And I have the biggest responsibility because I present for the most of the countries, and then we have more than 20 representatives here, so it's quite stressful for me, so you will understand this. Okay, so
the PowerPoint, there are the website.
Go back.
Down.
I told you it's more stressful.
You can start.
Shall I repeat?
What is the problem?
The website.
So while we are waiting, I will just say that I'm speaking about in the name of the 12 countries, which are in the Southeast region. So you can see the countries here. And in a relatively short time, we tried to receive a feedback from all of them. So I'm very thankful for them to give what they have done. Also, not all the things are presented here because some of the things that they provided as well we will present tomorrow as a part of their regional activities and what is happening with their countries, because many projects are happening, and although these projects contribute on different ways on quality physical education in respective countries as well. With this table, I tried to, the 3 questions are here, so you already know what we were searching for the answers, and we tried to summarize what we have here. In terms of quality physical education, we receive answers from not from all the countries. And if we summarize the general, what we can say here is that no definition for quality physical education exists in these countries, and all in different countries is defined in different as a part of the general education goal, and is defined in different documents as well. And we can go see more in details what's happened in each of the countries. So in Albania, quality physical education is mainly related with the education of the teachers. So it's structured within the programs of physical education teachers as well. And they also go level down, so they also speak about education of physical education teachers in the kindergartens, and also trainings of teachers how to teach physical education in kindergartens as well. And this is done with a lot of different trainings. And also quality is assured by the structure of the university studies. So here they provide different elements, and there is also a 4 principles that should follow the quality physical education, which is related to health and to well-being of students. And I asked about teachers what quality physical education for them is. What they say is from the aspect what they are missing, and this is mainly focused on lack of resources, on not proper implementation of the physical education platform, and also limited professional development facilities. So this is something that indicates on what we should work in terms to achieve the quality physical education. And what is, in conclusion, is that they are committed to deliver quality physical education, but they face different barriers, and overcoming those barriers will be a way to go to achieve this quality as well. The next country that we have some information is from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and their answers are more or less similar, because it's very difficult to define what quality physical education is, because there is no defined and clear criteria for this. And also, there is no clear criteria how to follow the work of the teachers as well. So far, there is no document that defines what quality physical education is, and in terms of the teachers and their perspective is similar as in Albania. They're going more in what they are missing. So knowing what you miss is also a step forward, knowing what quality physical education is, and this can be a good starting point to improve it. In Croatia, we have also quality physical education is identified with several keywords such as inclusive, health-oriented, multicultural, ecological aware, and compulsory and safe, which can be identified in different areas like related to the curriculum, related to the facilities, and also related to the work of the teachers. there is no official document that covers the quality physical education in Croatia, but what is happening now is a big reform which is done as an experimental project which runs in different primary schools, named Primary School a Whole Day School, where they pay attention of balanced, fair, efficient and sustainable educational system, and here different activities are implemented that should provide quality in physical education. And in terms of how teachers perceive quality physical education, we didn't have responses from the teachers as well, and it's not mentioned in any official documents. What we have from the colleagues from Greece in terms of quality is mainly related to preschool physical education and initiatives that colleagues in Greece are having in terms to have specialized physical education teachers in kindergartens. So they have an initiative which is distributed to the Ministry of Education that requires physical education teachers to be included at the kindergarten level. And also there are some practices in the school that implement different school interventions and also support sport in the schools, in primary and secondary schools as well. And also they work a lot on what is related with the Olympic education as well. And in this regard, colleagues are taking different initiatives to promote quality physical education, and they ask for our support in terms of supporting colleagues in Greece to fight for the physical education teachers to get into the kindergarten level. So this is also something that might be a good point to discuss in some of the next forums as well. In terms of North Macedonia, we don't have a special document that emphasizes what quality physical education is, but this is in relation to the general education goal. And in this regard, we have the emphasis that it should be based on students' interests and students' needs, and that should be it can be done through the variety of activities through the curricula. In this regard, in the last 2 years, we have changes in the education in the curriculum that included more selective activities, more selective subjects related to sport as well and to physical activity as well. And this is one step in terms to achieve what children need and to be in line with their individual needs and possibilities. And some keywords that we can describe how quality physical education could go is inclusivity, gender sensitivity, equality, interculturality, and learning for future life. Meaning that one of the goals is to students and children to create a habits for healthy and active lifestyle through their whole lifespan, and not just during the school year and their schooling. And also in terms of documents, this is prescribed in conception for primary education. So these are general directions for all subjects, which also include physical education as well. But some elements of what quality education should be is also are implemented in the laws for primary and for secondary school as well. And we get to our teachers to see what their perspective is, and their perspective is mainly what they expect to achieve with the students, so the outcomes of physical education teaching. And this is mainly related to be focused on the students' interests and needs, to cover all aspects of development, so not to be focused only on motor development and motor behavior, but also to pay attention of social emotional development, cognitive development of students. And also that should be inclusive, that should be frequent, and have a variety of contents. And also several teachers emphasize that it should be fun and enjoyable and should be meaningful for the children. So it's not just about to go through the curriculum, but it's also children to enjoy, to find something that is meaningful and important for them, and then support this as well. So here we have some testimonials from the teachers, but I will skip them in terms of time. And we also have feedback from Slovenia. So our colleagues from Slovenia work quite actively on this. So last month they had a symposium related with the topic of quality physical education, and what they identify is that there is two different perspectives. One perspective is from the side of the system and general requirements from the education, which are in relation to the quality physical education of UNESCO. And the second is a narrow perspective for physical education from the side of physical education teachers, which is mainly related to teaching physical education. And their perspectives and the overview of this is also provided in a book, in a proceeding. So it can be also available to read it. And I think that all their outcomes are are presented here in one model, that how can quality physical education could be achieved. Gregor is here, they're the one that are leading this. So if I can summarize, is that it have all the elements that we discussed so far. It means emphasis on the curriculum, also emphasis on physical education teaching, the equipment, and also material conditions, but also working with on the professional development of the teachers, and partnership with the health sector, and partnership with the sports sector, and collaboration with the parents. I don't know how are we in time. Maybe we can say something more, or we can discuss later during the panel sessions. So maybe this can be a good overview of everything what was said so far. And I would just like to thank to all colleagues that provide their feedback about their regions and about their countries. And we have more to present of the particular activities and projects that contribute to the development of physical education teacher, of quality physical education, which will be done tomorrow in terms of regional reports. So thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, and I think so we can applaud again our colleague for this presentation and to give us all this information. And sorry to putting you on the pressure, time pressure, because I know 5 minutes it was a lot of stress. So two information. First, all this presentation will be on our website as soon as possible, so you can have this presentation. Good news. During the lunch break, if you want to listen again, Avelino and all the presentations, you can, because it will be on the YouTube channel of EUPEA. So you will have a wonderful lunch for sure. Listen again all this morning, and if you can come to the best moment of this morning. And second good news, we will go to now downstairs. You have to present this to it. And we will restart at 2:15. Exactly? Yeah. Thank you for all of you and for your attention. And see you. Yeah. We have to check where.
Maybe later.
Yeah, we will do it.
After the lunch.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Where should these positions go?
Where's what?
Where should their positions? Because there's too many floors. Because I had my PlayStation done, but it was not able to.
Yeah, you can leave your luggage if you want to close the door. Yes. So it's
in the
Okay, so why is it this number and not in 4?
I don't know.
This is the book.
We can have this is first I will put that and then you can say thank you.
More but I think the other review will quite negative.
Still loading.
You were in the consortium, somewhere, you're probably very active. I saw you. I think it was on two for me it was better to review the project than to focus, right? You have to apply for that.
Okay, but I convert to the site source.
Okay, guys, hope to start in 1 minute if we can finish conversations. Okay, guys, I hope everyone had a nice lunch. It has been left to me to open the next part of our session. I have to apologise for my very raspy sound. I seem to have picked up a bit of a cold, mainly because I'm not used to the sun from Ireland, so it seems to have affected me badly, so I do apologise. But I think I do speak a lot slower, so a lot of people should be able to understand. This is a new, exciting departure for EUPEA, where we have invited our partners in physical education to come along and share with us their views and thoughts on this specific topic of quality for physical education. And we're delighted to have our partners here from SERBS, from ISA, and from EUPEA. And we have 3 keynote speakers of high reputation, and I'm really looking forward to hearing their thoughts from themselves personally, but also from their organisation. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to our first presenter. We have flipped this slightly. We are going to have Roland Null from Germany, and representing SERBS, who's going to share with us his thoughts on quality of education. Hand over to you, Roland. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want
to thank the local host, the Faculty of Sport here in Belgrade, and EUPEA, in person the President Avelino, for their kind invitation to be here with you during this forum. I will only briefly address, because CEREPS is a young organization, have not the record of over 60 years like I said. And I looked to major documents, they are European based, about the quality physical education and different terminology they used. And then I go to the CEREPS summits, where we quite often, from Lisbon 6 years ago until Cork, have the item in different frames included, the item of quality PE. And finally it comes more to the constructive part, the socio-ecological model of quality PE for learning and teaching. And then finally conclusion, which comes out of well, some irritations, and we found when studying all the different documents. So CEREPS was founded in 2015 as a non-governmental, non-profit organization according to the Luxembourg law. CEREPS offers, of course, individual, but in particular institutional memberships for other national and European-based umbrella organizations in the field of human and social sciences. Our interdisciplinary approach extends traditional disciplinary research in sport pedagogy, sport psychology, and sport sociology for school development, personal development of children and adolescents, and development in physical education, school sport, and other physical activity in the broader school context. So CEREPS is a body of coordination, research, items and projects in all school settings of physical activities, linking different expertise of its members and bridging disciplinary-related gaps between EU-based stakeholders. So we are a mentor for cross-disciplinary related items of research in physical education and school sport, focusing on formal, non-formal, and informal learning of students of all age groups, running from early childhood up to secondary school level. And we include not only teachers, but also caregivers and other professionals working inside schools or in collaborative partnerships with schools. So if you look to the variety of documents I will show you later, one small summary, we have to be friendly, a mixed terminology. You also can say we have confusion. So some documents, like the UNESCO document from 2015, already highlighted here in previous presentations, and also with the EUPEA final report, they talk about dimensions, indicators. The English talked about aspects. We also have recommendations, a lot of recommendations set up by the European Council in the HEPA document of 2015, almost more or less copied by WHO in 2020. And not to forget, because it was still not mentioned, the European framework of the Hungarian School Sport Federation from 2017, they talk about 5 standards. Also the variety is different. 22 recommendations, 6 to 7 dimensioned indicators. So there is something like a Babylonian language problem, at least for me. What is meant and what could be a consensus? So my intention of today is, are we in the shape to agree on a certain small consensus when it comes to terminology, when it comes to special items which must be included if someone wants to talk about quality PE and what could be more or less standards. We have here the two documents from the Hungarian School Board Federation and the quality. There is no time to go in depth, but if you will compare the content of these both documents, and not only compare the content of other, there's very rare overlapping. Not, of course, the terminology of quality physical education. But what it is and what it must include or what should be achieved is quite diverse. The same is here if I pick up the categories, that is the original terminology, the categories and indicators coming out of the UNESCO document, more or less copied but also extended by our group when we did it with the Portuguese lead partner in the EUPEA project. You see there are at least one or two categories more than in the original document of quality PE by UNESCO. And the big X are just highlighting which instrument of this study is going to, but that will be another item when we talk about EUPEA, and it's not my item now. This document was until, I'm sure lots of you know, particularly who are working in the field of HEPA and health enhancing physical activity at school and outside school, that are the recommendation of the so-called expert group on health enhancing physical activity on behalf of the European Commission. The full document has 22 recommendations. But not all recommendations are really relevant if you look for quality PE. I selected 11, and there's no time to read out everything, just to identify in red letters what is the recommendation. So, community-based programs, addressing parents, educators, and teachers. And physical education should include a broad variety of content, different games, dance, sport, and also other physical exercises, not only related to sport skills. And what is, from my point of view, a core item? Values. When I remembered some of the presentations here from the countries, so they talk about attitudes, of course, knowledge, skills, but values like fair play, respect. There are PE programs in almost each country where fair play and respect is addressed, particularly in team sports instruction. But I think if you talk about quality, values must become an integral part what you want to achieve. And that was some item I remember when this document came out and I was still working in one of these commissions. Claude phoned me and said, Roland, now we have achieved a standard. I said, what? Look to recommendation 10. There's from the group a document published by the European Commission for 5 lessons per week in relation to 5 hours. So that is something like daily. And that was just after some countries like Denmark in 2014 changed the education law that in each school 45 minutes a day pupils must be physically active, and some research project went on to have the monitoring and outcome. What is the outcome if you have 2, 3, or 5 lessons per week? Evaluation on personal progress and achievements to complement both formative and summative methods. And it, of course, needs effective and regular feedback. Feedback, of course, to students, to head teachers, to parents, and maybe any other stakeholder who is supportive for quality PE. And another item, qualified and specialist PE teachers should be preferred at all educational levels. You know, there's no time. In many European countries, we don't have specialized PE teacher regular on primary school level. It's a generalist. There also exist studies, particularly in the Netherlands, where they compared teaching by a generalist and by a specialized PE. And the performance outcome by a specialist PE teacher was higher and better than by generalists. Recommendation 15, compliance with and the high quality of the physical education curriculum. So that is also where the item quality, and maybe that is also a source where the British talked about high quality. It's the original terminology in this EC document. Promote and increase the availability of physical activities outside physical education curriculum. So, and the implementation of the active school concept, or the whole active school concept. I will refer later which different settings are meant. To establish a cooperative framework with sport organization and local sport offers. So the school should reach out for different partnerships in sport, but also for social support and other activities. Building partnerships, ensure quality and availability of safe infrastructures and equipment for physical education, extracurricular or after-school activities, and communities. And finally, we need frameworks where certified coaches, and certified in my perspective means not only certified by the sport association, but also certified in general pedagogical knowledge, whether it comes from a sport organization or it comes from partners who give them an educational ground building. And for, of course, complementing sport skills of teachers. Also, like it is in the Netherlands, for instance, but also in Belgium, that local authorities overtake this in some cities for better and higher qualification for PE teachers, and particularly for non-PE teachers, we say generalist. I briefly mentioned that for CEREPS, the item of quality PE is not a new one. I only like to draw your attention to the bold. So monitoring quality PE in school settings was the summit title 2018 in Lisbon. Or quality criteria and outcome standards. That was also the terminology in Prague when we already reviewed the Hungarian document with the terminology of standards, with the 5 standards they have in their document. Therefore, I refer to the European framework. Quality, what does it mean and how should it look like? That we did in the summit in Budapest. And also the European framework was a central part in some lectures over there. And then we had the CEREPS FIEP summit in 21, quality during Corona crisis. Visions for future, how to restore the quality after Corona, closure of schools, sport clubs, playing facilities, and so on and so on in the years of 2021. Well, that is just the front page Claude and I did when we talked about 2020 during the hyper conference about quality of physical education. So the title, Avelino, what does it mean to CEREPS, was not really brand new for me. So it was good to look to sources we already have prepared. Well, out of the different publications, Out of the summits, we have an anthology, a European review of about 20 countries with a same structure of review. And I'm happy that some of the authors are here in this room who wrote their national chapter, like Gregor did it, and some others as well. And the summit from Prague went into a special issue of the Charles University Journal. I have some copies with me, so if you want to read, there's also an article coming out of the EUPEA project inside these proceedings. You can get it from me. And what is now still under construction is COVID-19 and the quality of PE, volume 1 of our new book series published with Meyer and Meyer Publishing House. So now I try, it's half time, now I try to get a little bit more constructive out of the different sources. So I think quality PE delivery for children should only be possible by a qualitative, active school approach. And the whole active school approach has at least 4 settings. 2 curricular settings, active learning in school lessons, something we have heard from Gregor in the morning in different subjects, but also the Dutch, Finnish, Danish have their PAL, physical activity learning, as an abbreviation in particular primary schools. And then of course our core subject, physical education in school, sport, PAS, and then physical activity in recess, and after school programs either by teachers, by parents, by coaches from partnership sport organizations, and so on and so on. And this is a frightening development in the last 10 years in many countries. And in the so-called old or new types of all-day schools, sport clubs are approaching. 3 minutes left. Okay. So that is the micro system. And the meso system is with parents, volunteers, and coaches. I go through. So we have 3 stakeholders: home, based at home, school, and in sport organizations. And then it comes the built environment outside school, but also the policymakers on the municipality level. So that is a complete socio-ecological model for quality PE on micro, meso, macro, where it starts with children and the teachers with 4 settings and go with support from parents and volunteers and coaches, and where the municipality is supportive, and also the built environment is a real variable for different offers we have. There's no time to go through, but I think we also need not only the structure and the process of competence model for quality development in learning, and it should start on level for young children, 3 to 6. Then it could be the next quality stage in primary, and finally a 3rd quality step in secondary. And it's based on 3 competence dimensions: the physical motor, the cognitive mental, and the psychosocial. So it goes via attitudes, motivations to self-concept, running from fundamental movement skills, via motor skills, also to sport techniques. There is no time to go into more. And still 1 minute? Good. So cool. That are my conclusions. Quality PE is child-centered in learning and teaching. That's a prerequisite from our point of view. We have different learning options and formats of teaching. That was a discussion in Budapest. Is PE only formal teaching, or do we have new challenges for PE in non-formal and informal teaching? That are the 4 whole active school approach parts I mentioned. We have a holistic view which is necessary, but the holistic view should be based at least on 4 integrated competencies. I already mentioned that values are often lacking. So knowledge, skills, attitudes, values is one important dimension in learning and of course in teaching. And it must be a longitudinal spiral curriculum, as I briefly mentioned, for the quality as well, that there is a progress knowing by the teachers and also remembering by the students. A sound and fully equipped school environment, so that is the built environment, and it needs a combination of regular PE and extracurricular physical activity. And like it is in a daily format, with at least 45 to 60 minutes of active time, monitoring and evaluation. I now will be a little bit provocative. The slogan you have, no education without physical education. That's level 1. Level 2 is good physical education must include monitoring and evaluation at the second level. So we need monitoring and evaluation on all competent sectors we have. Proper feedback strategies, support of other target groups, parents, clubs, community office, and quality PE must become the driver for continuing further education and qualification of teachers, coaches, and also volunteers. So a mixed professional profile. The teacher is responsible, but he is not responsible for everything which is going on in physical activity and learning at school. So my final picture was lost to say thank you with a smart picture of me. Thank you for your attention. I'm staying here. There's no time for discussion, but we have a panel where you can address questions, remarks, or privately during the conference.
Thank you, Roland, for sharing that with us. And now I would like to call on, and I'm unfortunately not going to pronounce this properly, I will do my best, but Dr. Attilio Carraro from Italy.
Simply perfect.
Okay. Who is representing ISEP and will share with us his thoughts and that of ISEP on quality of physical education.
Thank you very much, Garrett. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Excellent pronunciation. Wonderful Italian. Yes. First of all, dobar dan. Is it correct, Gregor? Yes. Okay, thank you. Buon pomeriggio and good afternoon at the end, just for those are not speaking the most important languages in the world, our 2 languages. Okay, I would thanks a lot on behalf of the ISEP EUPEA, first of all, for the very kind invitation to be here, and I would thanks a lot colleagues from here for the wonderful hospitality you are offering. Thanks a lot. So, because we don't have so many time, I will go with this presentation. As you can see here, my name is Attilio Carraro, and I am with the ISEP since a long time, 14 years. I'm sitting in the board, and we prepared with Fiona Chambers, that is, she is the president of the ISEP, and with some other colleagues, I will present to you later this very short presentation. Okay, first of it is. Thank you. Yeah, well done, thank you. It is not working. Verso lo schermo? Nothing?
You must push the arrow down.
No? Now. Okay, this is the presentation, the contents. I will shortly introduce you the ISEP, the association, who we are and what we are doing. our mission values, our work, we decided to shortly present the link. Oh, okay, down. The link we have with UNESCO and with the Fit for Life program, and some ideas about quality physical education. Okay, this is our magic number, and also my magic number, because ISEP was founded in 1962. We have exactly 62 years, and I was born exactly 10 days after the foundation of the ISEP. So for me, it's a very easy number to remember, because we are all 62. So this is just to know that we are pretty old association with a long story. It was founded in Lisbon. It seems that Lisbon is a key city for this, from some European colleagues and colleagues from Brazil and Venezuela. Okay. We have a little bit more than 500 members from 50 different countries around the world, and these members are both individual members and institutional members. I'm moving very, very quickly. We are running two special interest groups, probably because some of you are attending, are coming, and some of you probably is also a member of one of these special groups. The one about early years, that is the first one, and the one about teaching games for understanding. We have other three on the ramp. These new 3 SIGs, one about social justice, again, one about early career network, and one about technology in physical education. And another one is coming, other two, by the way, are coming. One is about sustainability. We are working on this. We will soon host a special interest seminar on this, and the other one is about psychopedagogy in physical education. Okay, this is our board, just by name. Probably you know some of these people, starting from top left, Alex from Belgium, Fiona, the president, from Ireland, Suzanne from Poland, Christy, UK, myself, Carla Vidoni, she is from Brazil, but she is now working in the States. Joao from Portugal, Erin from Germany, Carla Lugetti, another Carla, again from Brazil, working in USA. Risto is the general secretary of the association, and Menno, and there in the last picture, Aria and Tristan. Aria is in Jyväskylä in Finland, and Tristan in USA. Okay. Just a few words about our mission and the vision of the ISEP and our profile. Okay, this is just to let you know that we restarted a discussion about the mission, the core values, and the governance of the ISEP, and this picture was taken exactly 2 days before in Liège, in Belgium, 2 days before the first lockdown in Italy. I was there, and I well remember I arrived to Italy, to Venice airport, and everything was going to be closed. And so it was a very nice discussion, and starting from this discussion, we defined, I'm going to read with you this slide. This is the mission of the ISEP, that is again an international, non-governmental, non-profit, multidisciplinary and multicultural professional association. The mission is to empower a global community of professionals in the area of sport, pedagogy, and physical education by disseminating high-quality, relevant research. That is one of the key topics of the association. And the idea is to support as much as possible a young scholar, a young talent, through leadership development and building innovative communities. And this is also the idea behind these SIGs and new SIGs we are trying to create. And finally, we would like to lead collective actions to promote effective physical and health education. That is the core topic of this forum. And physical activity and sport participation, I'm saying of course, because it is mandatory today, not only at the time of school, but across all the lifespan. Again, these are the values of our association, starting from the top strength and relevance through diversity, promoting the joy of human movement for life, acknowledging and nurturing individual and collective potential, and rigorous and ethical research and scholarship, and the last key word here is equity through respect, inclusion. Also Raul mentioned values, and some other of you in the morning were speaking about values, inclusion, dignity, and friendship. Okay, I'm moving very, very quickly here to just let you know who we are and what we are doing. These are the strategic goal: leadership, inclusion and diversity, and quality research. What it is this one. We aim at being a global leader in research on physical education and sport pedagogy. It is a worldwide based association, the ISF, and to nurture talent, develop sustainable leadership. We are putting a lot of energy in trying to attract young people to the association because this is needed. And what about quality research? And we're trying to do our best to have sustainable and relevant high quality research, despite we don't have a journal. We don't have a journal related to our association. That is something we are discussing since a long time. And to shape policy and practices in physical education and sport pedagogy. And the idea, and I have a specific slide about this, is to establish a dynamic, collaborative, global research network in the field. And about inclusion and diversity, the aim is to promote a diverse, inclusive, and equitable community of scholars. And again, this is very easy to write such a kind of points. The difficulty is to practice. Moving from what we are writing to practice, and a lot of discussion could be done also in relation to quality physical education, or, as you said, high quality physical education, you said this morning, referring to the UK model. Okay, and there is something moved. It was very nice that with Alexander we decided to use the same photo. And it is to say that our research is main about climbing. It isn't. It is just to attract your attention. Yeah, it is because I love this photo, to be honest. And to say that our research, we are very active in research, and we recently discussed and published our standards and criteria about what we refer to quality research in the area. Okay, the links with international organization. We exchanged a couple of slides with Avelino about this, about the potential exchange. Currently, I have a list here on the paper. We have links and agreements with a number of other associations, starting from the FIEPS, the EUPEA, the International Committee of Sport Pedagogy, I'm just reading, the ERA, the Australian Council for Health and Physical Activity, the UNESCO, of course, ARIS, ISPES, EUPEA, and of course, as we discussed, we really hope to be able to establish a connection, an agreement, also with EUPEA. At the moment we don't have, but I think it is just a matter of discussion here. Okay, our work, very quickly, what are we doing? And then I'm moving to the core part of the presentation. We have an annual scientific conference in the last year, usually at the end of spring. And the next one will be in Florida, in St. Petersburg, in May next year. A World Congress every 4 years, and usually one per year, a specialist seminar. The last one was in the city where I'm working, Brixen, and I will present you some results of the specialist seminar. And this was created, this was an innovation during the COVID pandemic, the idea to have this monthly meeting of webinars, and that are on the last Friday of every month, that are working very well. We were able to attract a number of people with these activities, and now we have a list of potential speakers, of potential institutions and so on, that are asking to present here. Okay, finally, the link with UNESCO Fit for Life, and as just a suggestion, I'm pretty sure that we all know this scheme made by UNESCO in 2023. It is the Fit for Life Transformative Change Power, and they identified 5 different objectives to increase participation in sport and quality physical education, to support the development of quality and inclusive sport policy, empower young people, promote equality and build socio-emotional resilience, support teachers and coaches, and deliver quality student-centered. It is oriented curricula, and finally to enhance access to harmonized data and evidence. This is what we are discussing since this morning. I think we have no doubts about the possible direction. And okay, this is a suggestion. Probably we don't know how many international, national associations are there around the world about physical education, sport pedagogy, sport teaching, and so on. But probably it is time to think to award the Physical Education Forum. We started this discussion with CEREPS in a summit in Basel 1 year ago, and the slide is here to recommend to discuss together toward this direction. We have a lot of projects, a lot of initiatives, a lot of activities. Probably we need to create a line to connect all the different experiences. And now, ISF and quality physical education. I prepared, because to be honest, I had really very short time to do this scheme that is practice-oriented. It is a very first reflection, our reflection about quality physical education. Please follow the arrow here. Okay, quality physical education, it depends from a number of factors that we should establish, fix before, that are teacher education and development, global and local policies, the curricula, to reflect on facilities, equipment, and resources, the level of facilities, for example, in different countries, community partnership, quality assurance procedures. This is before. Then, in our view, quality physical education means at least to consider 2 different moments, at school and out of school. And for example, with Nikos and with colleagues from Greece, we had a wonderful project called Impact about the potential of physical education on how to promote out-of-school physical activity. At schools means what are the contents? Follow the arrow again. Quality PE classes, that is physical literacy, health-related physical education, inclusion, a specific attention for girls, and to fill the gap between girls and boys. There is a huge gap about, for example, physical activity participation around Europe. And we are probably not taking or saving enough attention for this. This attention, and in our opinion, this is also for action promoted by PE teachers, active schools that are not during classes, but means to provide the right preparation information to all the other teachers for active breaks and recesses, active classes, point of decision prompts all around the school, for example, and then out of school. That is, for example, I will put this as a question. It is time for us to have, I have 6 in my watch. Yes, 4, it's okay. To have leisure time education, and we have to work about the motivation to physical activity. We know data are dramatic about participation, and we have to cope with a reduction of sedentary behavior. And of course, at the end, we need to assess the impact and outcomes, and to go back to the initial definition, to restart with reflection. Okay, you can find, sorry, I did a mistake here. On our web page, here you can download for free our position statements. We have 5 now. One is under preparation. It is this one, motor competence assessment. And here you can find a number of information about. I'm moving very quickly because of time. Here there is a reflection about quality PT, physical education, teacher education. And we recognize that settings in which very young people are educated represent unique environments, and we should put attention on this. And in addition to learning outcomes, P should contribute to health goals. I'm moving absolutely quickly. There are some existing challenges. For example, how to ensure PE teacher educators are themselves lifelong learners. And this is the idea why we organize another especially seminar about continuous CPD, continuous professional development, and to revising to ensure that PE teacher educators in the university, for example, are ready, open to revise their program. Are we sure that we are teaching really in the university? We are preparing new teachers with a modern contemporary program? Again, here, this is something coming from here is where the specialist seminar was in Loughborough, in this case in England. CPD program must be an integral part of teacher professional lives. Just to let you know, for example, in Italy, our country, it is not mandatory for a teacher to follow a program of professional development. Again, here, some urgent research question we have. You can go to the slide if you are interested to read. For example, how could we prepare teachers to be career-long learners? That is another key question related to quality physical education. And this was done in Eindhoven, in the Netherlands, in 2018 about assessment in physical education. And again, there are some potential interesting point. And finally, this is in preparation. We will present the document during the conference in St. Petersburg. It is the last one we did in Brixen, in Italy, about motor competence assessment. That is, we discussed the why, what, how, who, and when. And by considering 4 different educational settings: early childhood, primary, secondary education, and grassroots youth sport. And this is one of the conclusions that by reading you say it is obvious, but it isn't. Fitness testing should not be used for grading students. This is a long discussion with teachers. And I am at the end now. Yes, just to, I think I was on time. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Vala. Grazie for your attention. And of course, I'm here with you, ready to discuss and open to discussion. Thanks again for inviting me.
This is a symbol of that. Yeah, I know it. We have it on the contrary in Serbia.
Thank you, Italio. And so we now come to our last speaker, who is Gabriela Luklikova from Slovenia. Also Slovakia. She must have heard that I was leading this section here because, with all due respect to Roland and Italio, she's my favourite presenter because she chose to wear Ireland colours. And also too as well, about this time last year when I took over from my esteemed colleague Chris Murphy, who had been General Secretary of EUPEA for a number of years, I was taking minutes and learning about all these organisations, SERPs and ISEP and FEIPS, and I didn't know what any of them meant and what letters meant, so it was an education piece for me, and I think it's really good that all these people are coming and sharing with us about the organisation. So I hand over now to Gabriela and look forward to hearing her thoughts.
Thank you very much, Garrett. Is it possible to make it bigger, like a presentation, please? So I can maybe... Okay. I will just try if this works, because I'm scared of technology. Excellent. Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Gabriela. I come from Slovakia, and I represent the International Federation of Physical and Sports Education. Actually, right now I serve as the chair of the FIEPS New Leader section, and our president, Dr. Dario Novak, sends a very warm greetings to all of you. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. FIEPS was established in 1923, so I can't say that I'm the same age as FIEPS, like it was in case of Italy. So this is one of the largest and the biggest organizations all over the world that is focused on physical and sports education. Quality physical education, the topic that we have been discussing here today, is really a priority all over the world. As you can see, in 2023, during the 7th Conference of Ministers and senior officials responsible for physical education and sports, quality physical education was mentioned as one of the very key topics that should be focused on and developed. If you look at the other topics that are there, you can see that QPE is really interconnected with other topics as well. So it is not just quality physical education as a school subject, but it comes together with sport and gender equality, with data using, with sustainability, etc., etc. This title, Many Paths, One Destination, it really emphasized the collaboration, the need for collaboration if we want to achieve a common goal, so the quality physical education. There are logos of different organizations which focus on elite sports, on health, on education, and also on physical education in particular. And I think that many very good things and good examples of best practice have been already done. And this is also thanks to all of these organizations, which are mostly based on volunteers, that do common projects, they do publications, they do advocacy for physical education, what is very important. But there are still many challenges that we have to face, and right now I'm going to go very briefly through some challenges that I think that we still face around nowadays and what we can do later about them. So here are some recent global QPE comparative projects. One of the most recent is 4th Physical Education Worldwide Survey on Quality PE, where also the FIEPS was involved, in particular in collecting the data. So the survey has been designed to assess quality physical education policy and practice, and obviously to address the biggest gaps that were identified in the survey. There were 3 questionnaires for 3 stakeholders that are involved in QPE. So questionnaire for ministries, for physical education teachers, and then also for PE teachers who were working during the COVID pandemic period. You can see some basic questions which were discussed. So frequency of physical education classes, variety of PE activities, student-centered learning, monitoring and evaluation, and other different areas. The project started in 2017, and so the results were presented during the MINEPS in 2023. The publication was actually released in 2024, so this is quite new. The basic or the fundamental results which were found is first of all the lack of funding. If you look at the percentage, 64% of countries spend less than 2% from their educational budget on physical education. The inclusion, that's also a really big challenge still nowadays. There are countries where less than 50% of kids with disabilities can participate in regular PE classes, and the problem is also with the girls in certain areas of the world. Then the lack of training in terms of not having specialists in primary school when teaching physical education. And then lack of quality physical education time, what actually goes together with not meeting the recommendation of physical activity through physical education. So how can we address these challenges? I think that many of you are familiar with the concept Global Action Plan on Physical Activity, which was created by the World Health Organization. So this is a very holistic and complex approach, I think. If we want to have quality physical education, we must create active societies which will follow social norms and attitudes which are positive to physical education and exercise. Then create active environments, so to create safe spaces and places. So if we want to have active transport to and from the school, we must have infrastructure, otherwise it's not going to be working. Then we have to create active people, so it means we should provide programs and opportunities for the people, from the kids to the elderly, to be physically active. Create active systems, so it means it all has to be supported by the governments and responsible stakeholders. And then the place where it may start or maybe may finish is to create active schools. So I'm going to talk now about the active school concept, about after-school physical activity programs, and I will also touch the topic of the instructor of physical education in primary schools. When we look at the concept of active school, this was already presented by both the speakers which were talking before me. So we are talking about the activities which are happening in the morning before the school starts and then in the afternoon when the school is over. So active transport is not really something that we can influence because it depends, as I said, mostly on infrastructure and then also on the culture. There are countries where people cycle from to work and from and to school on daily basis, if it's snowing, raining or whatever. But then there are very big cities or people who live in the nearby villages and they just cannot use bike or they cannot walk to schools. But there are other areas which we can have an impact on. During the school day, of course, number one is quality physical education as a school subject. Then beside that, we have active breaks. Now I don't mean just the active recess, but also breaks within the school subjects. Well-designed classrooms, that is also something very important to consider, because if we want to do certain physical activities in the classrooms should have space, should be designed well, that we can actually do any types of physical activities. And then after school, we have after-school clubs. This is something very typical, for example, for Slovakia. It's not something related to physical education or physical activities, but basically the kids spend all the time before their parents come there to pick them up in after-school clubs. And this is also very long time, because majority of parents work maybe until 4 p.m., 5 p.m. So the kids spend the day from 7:30 in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening in the school. So the school should be the place, first of all, where they can be physically active. Then there are specific after-school physical activity programs and then school sports competitions. In my country, in Slovakia, all the competitions which are related to school sports are happening during the school day, so in the morning. The kids are not in the school, but instead of having education, they are competing against other schools. And this doesn't really make sense to me. Why should they compete in the morning during the day when they can do it afternoon? They don't have to spend time, then they are complaining. The parents don't want to let them go to compete because they are missing the education and academic subjects which parents consider very important. So quality physical education within active school concept. What we think is a must, that it should be obligatory, of course, should be ecological, safety, multicultural, should be focused on health, inclusion, and values. There are some external and internal factors that have an impact on quality physical education. Among the external factors, we have social, political, and media support, which is very strong. Then us, international, scientific, and policy support. This is something what we can influence a little bit. Linking with traditional and non-traditional physical activities. Then, very important part, which has already been mentioned again, it's physical education, teacher education, together with lifelong PE teachers education. And it has to be linked with community and family life. Then it should be linked with physical activities and sports out of PE classes, but in the school. linking with new technologies, and there should be always permanent evaluation. Within internal factors, we consider, of course, quality physical education teacher, motivated students, and then facilities, curriculum, and the whole teaching learning process. This is a very nice example of the active school from Australia. It's called Transformers. It was developed in in cooperation with Deakin University and Institute for Physical Activity and Nutrition. This is very nice in one particular way. It aligns with the physical education curriculum. What I find interesting that not only the whole school has to sign up, but also individual teachers. Because in practice, usually it works that if you have a school principal that is former sportsman, that is really enthusiastic about the sports, or just supports physical activity, the school would sign up for such a program. But if there is a director that doesn't really support such things, then even if there are nice teachers who are willing to do something about this, they have no chance. So this is the opportunity how also individual teachers can sign up for the program. And they also invented an application which notifies teachers when there are new resources available. So PE teachers or other teachers, they don't have to search and browse every day, is there anything new or not? They just have a notification. It consists of active breaks, active lessons, health lessons, active homeworks, active environments, and also parental newsletters. Then sometimes I'm asking a question because I'm a university teacher and also a physical education teacher in the school. Whether are we able to teach or to deliver all the components of quality physical education to our children just throughout physical education? We have 2 classes per week, and it is very, very challenging to teach them all aspects that QPE or maybe physical literacy components that they should get. That's why we think that the very important part of quality physical education or quality physical activity should be after-school physical activity programs. Because as I said, the kids spend a large portion of the day sitting in the schools, and QPE is more just than performing physical activities. If we want to teach other aspects, if we want to enhance social skills, interpersonal skills, if we want to involve or enhance other parts or components of physical literacy, we cannot just collect the minutes of physical activities. We have to do some other stuff. Of course, doing after-school physical activities in the schools are very time-saving for the parents and also for the kids, so they don't have to commute. It is also some financially not so demanding in comparison to sports clubs in some countries. And what is very important, that majority of the sporty kids, when they start doing sports, they are already enrolled in some sports clubs. So they don't really need to move so much because they do. But what we need to get the very vulnerable target group into these kind of activities, and those are the kids that don't do sports. How can we do that? Very important thing for me is to ask the children or the youth, what activities do you want to do? Because if you ask me, I'm a teacher, what activities do you want to teach to your kids? I would say basketball, because I love basketball and I'm good at it. But what if they don't like basketball? Nobody would sign up for my after-school activity because I'm offering something that they don't want to do. So number 1, listen to the kids, and number 2, quality instruction. So if it is possible to recruit PE teachers from the same school or from the neighborhood schools that are able and qualified and trained to deliver this kind of activities, that's excellent. Or we can have external providers from the sports clubs, youth organizations, institutions, companies, etc. We are also thinking to involve physical education, teacher education students, maybe to deliver such activities in the afternoon. So at the same time, they can have like a teaching practice and they can help us to teach to the children the basic physical activities. This is also a nice example from Risto Martinen from the ISF. It's a Finnish model for leisure activities. This is also a part of the Youth Act, so it's a part of legislation since 2020 and 23. The aim is to enable every child and young person to have a leisure activity connected to the school day, which they enjoy and which is free of charge. So they are offering some kind of vouchers for every single school attendant or student or a young person. It's kind of voucher with a budget, which you can use for entering different types of physical activities in the afternoon, which are organized by the municipalities. Last thing that I would like to mention regarding the quality physical education is the QPE in primary schools. In many countries, when I looked at the reports that I mentioned from the UNESCO, less than 50% of the countries have PE specialists teaching in primary level. And then there are many problems. I think that many countries struggle with this situation. So we identified 4 basic options. Number 1 is maybe the cheapest and the most easiest one, and that's the enhance the generalist teacher's competence, confidence, and motivation to teach PE by providing them quality pre-service teacher training and professional lifelong learning or development. Then we can give this possibility to teach PE to PE specialists, which is already happening in some countries, either like in full potential, so just PE specialists, or in some schools they are specialists, in some schools generalist teachers. For example, in Slovakia we have this option from 2023, PE teachers, so finally we are allowed to go to primary schools and to teach. But it's not the case, because this depends on the school principal or school director. And the PE teachers, they are taking working hours from the generalist teachers. So there is the problem then between generalist teachers having very few hours, and of course the problem of the budget and the money. Or for example in Croatia now they are having the pilot program when they are incorporating PE teachers, PE specialists to primary schools. Then the third option, which is happening in certain areas of the world, is outsourcing physical education to external providers. So for example, in England or in Ireland, there are cases like that. Or in Australia, there is the country Victoria, where 75% of schools outsource certain PE components to external providers. For example, swimming, gymnastics, and other activities. So there are external people, sport coaches coming to the schools, and they teach physical education instead of the generalist teachers. Then the last option is the tandem teaching, which is very famous or popular in North Macedonia. It was implemented on a national level. And there is the approach of combination of generalist teacher with a PE teacher. And then we have in Slovakia another approach. So we have the coaches that are coming from the sports organizations, and they teach together with the generalist teachers. Example of coaches in schools, so how it works. This project was established in 2020 and 2021 in cooperation with the Czech Republic. It is fully funded by the Ministry of Education, so the schools are not paying for the coaches coming to schools. Generalist teachers lead instructions once a week, and then for the second time the coach is coming into school. The coaches have to rotate, so there is a coach staying in one school for 10 weeks, and then the coach has to switch the school. Target group, it primarily focused on students in first 2 grades, but now we have also coaches in the 3rd and the 4th grade. And what is very, very important, that the coaches, they have a specialized training. So it's not like we call any coach from any club, hey, come to teach to school, but they have to do 3-day training. So how to do, what to do with this age, how to teach them, how to do all of this rotation, etc., etc. If we want to make any change on our national levels, it's very good that we all share this best practice, for example, also by the forums and conferences just like this. Then we can adjust it to the national context, implement to the practice. Of course, there is evaluation needed with some refinements, and then we can go again to the best practice. Without support of the government and stakeholders, this is unfortunately not possible. So, last but not least, thank you very much one more time for being here, for a kind invitation, and Dario already spoke to Avelino about the possible memorandum or alliance, whatever we can call it. At the end of the day, we are just the people, we're not the organizations, and I believe that we are all very enthusiastic and passionate about physical education, and I wish luck to all of us to make the situation better in every country where we come from. Thank you very much for your attention.
So once again, thanks to Gabriella, thanks to Roland, and thanks to Italio for sharing with us their thoughts and the thoughts of their organisation on Quality PE. I suppose it's very heartening to hear the fact that even though we are all separate organisations, we all have the same concept and we're following similar lines, and I'm hoping that this will be the start of greater interaction and partnerships amongst us all as we work together to try to achieve the same goal. I suppose back home we have a phrase, and I'm sure everyone in their own language has the same phrase, that every day is a learning day. And the constant message throughout here was about active breaks and active movements, and I'm very aware of the fact that at a conference or forum like this here, we are sitting down a lot, and as physical educationists it's really not good. So I'm going to recommend a 5-minute movement break, that no one stays sitting where they are, they go move for 5 minutes, come back, and then we have the next part of our session where we look at different projects that we're involved in terms of quality physical education. So 5 minutes, guys, not 6, not 7, 5 minutes. I will get the teacher mode very quickly.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Ouais, ça marche. Bon, ça va?
Yeah. So good. Thank you. First contribute. Yes.
Yeah, and we already talked with Gabriela
Yeah.
and some others because I think it would be worthwhile
to
monitor the convergences between our different papers of the society.
Yeah. Where we have common areas.
So I would recommend that we should work in a small group of at least one representative of each association on a white paper on quality PE.
Yep.
To list the model, the concept, and what are minimum standards and what should be achieved.
And especially here in Europe, I think,
yes.
Because we have different. Africa can be different. Australia,
Just
we can have some feedbacks from them, but just feedbacks for some crews where we can follow.
European, we are European, and in fact, Ireland is more European than African now.
Yeah, and FIEP also has FIEP Europe, so it's yeah. We can lead it.
What is the outcome of the panel?
Yeah.
And that could help.
Thank you.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. What you know, yeah, sorry. I know I'm reading now. You got the program? Yeah, I saw it on the program. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Really nice people. All right, okay. Guys, 1 minute. No movement. Standing.
But what I'll do is I'll connect with the station. Yeah, I've done that. So it's going to be there. So I can
So look whether it's for your or whether it's only personally. The whole thing will have some more. Not many. We are not big.
Okay, guys, we're ready to kick off again, please.
It means in the calendar.
Garrett.
So you tell me on
He's a senior friend.
And he will not last long. I was also thinking about it.
Okay, guys, can we settle down, please? Okay guys, we also have another saying back home, that teachers make the worst students. 5 minutes, oh my god. And when you lose your coffee break, you can only blame yourselves. But guys, I want to introduce the next part of today's session, where we have 4 presenters talking about the EUPEA involvement in projects on quality physical education. I'm very pleased to call on my good friend from Hungary, Tamás Sáni, not too bad, who will talk to us about the SHAPE project and shaping the principles and development areas for health-oriented physical education. Thank you, Tamás.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. So thank you very much to being here and for the request for this presentation. This is a 10 years old project, and literally this is the very beginning of the Erasmus Plus sport in the EU. So, and we were really surprised when we won this project in the beginning in 2014. So I had to refresh my mind what happened in this project, and thank you for Professor Nowell about the citations of this hard work what we did at that time. And this project is highlighted also because that was the really first EUPEA project also, where the EUPEA took part as a partner in a project. So I hope it works. Yeah. So first of all, that was the partnership of the project. The Greek partner was coming from the Ministry of Education, the Johann Wolfgang von Goethe University from Frankfurt, the Kaunas University from Lithuania, the University of Ljubljana from Slovenia, and the European Physical Education Association, and the Hungarian School Sport Federation was the leader of the project. That was the group. Okay, I would highlight this matrix. We developed this matrix a couple years ago for realizing and understanding ourselves in different projects. So how the EUPEA is evolving, and how can we somehow structure our intentions and our power for different projects. And you can see in this matrix that the SHAPE is the last one on the left side. So that because that was the first one. About the advocacy for physical education and school sport topic. There was 2 basic objectives of this project. The first one is we try to develop a kind of key competence for the EU. That was the first target, and the second target was that we wanted to develop the European framework of quality physical education, which is a set of learning requirements at a European level. In curriculum terms, these are statements, learning outcome statements for curriculum developers, basically. And these standards and these statements, outcomes, can be implemented in a national curriculum in every EU member states. That was the basic idea. Now, these are the 2 documents which can be downloaded if you want. I will give a QR code at the end, so you can just find the document in the internet, or even I can send it to you if you are interested. What is nice, in 2018, this key competence has been published by the EU, so there is 1 or maybe 2 sentences which is referring to this document in an official EU document. But I will go to the physical education part, which is the left one document. So how we developed this framework? Of course, the first one was a kind of literature review. So we analyzed the different national qualification frameworks in the participating countries, the general education systems, the physical education systems, and the PE curriculums and learning outcome system of the participated countries. That gave us the basic to looking at and develop 5 standards, which standards was defined like this way. I will not go through the details because of the time constraints, but based on these 5 standards, we're trying to define what does it mean physical literate individual. That was the core of these definitions, and we try to describe this idea. And with these 5 standards, we generated 5 learning domains. What you can see here in the first learning domain is the movement literacy. That's the name what we gave for this domains. The second one is the health enhancing physical activity. The third one is the health consciousness beyond physical activity. The fourth one is the self-awareness and self-management. And the fifth one is the problem solving and constructive thinking learning domains. All the domains has an own definition. And so basically this is the framework how we try to structure our idea for the different curriculum learning outcomes. What is common in the different European countries is the European framework qualification framework. In this framework, you can see here in terms of school words, what does it mean, the different levels. So basically the 0 level is the end of the first grade. The first level is the 4th grade. So basically in many countries the 4th grade is the transition between the elementary, lower elementary and upper elementary ages. The 8th grade and the 4th level, 4th is the 12th grade. So the school leaving exams are happening in that level. And the qualification framework gave another structure about how should we generate the different learning outcomes as a knowledge, as a skill, as a competence, and we added to the attitude as a 4th grid. Here is some examples, because the first step in the development was that we had to find a concept behind these grids. So how can we describe the different levels of knowledge, skills, competences, and attitudes? So the first step was that we find different taxonomies to describing the different levels for the curriculum development. You can see here is the knowledge taxonomy, what we were used. The next one is the motor skill part, how the motor skill acquisition is going through the different stages. The third one was the cognitive skill development, and here is the different skill levels. The next one is the competence. And we had to develop one for the personal skill level differentiation. And this is going to the attitude part. So that was the taxonomy for the different learning outcomes. And you can see one insight in the first standard, which is in learning domain. This is the movement literacy learning domain. And you can see these are the statements in the different levels. of the framework. It's going go through to 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, basically joining to the different grades of the school children. And we developed more than 300 different learning outcome statements. And our idea is this is just a kind of help for the curriculum developers to generating new national curriculums or other sources for the country, for the different countries. So this is the core outcome of our project. So thank you very much, and you can download the shape document from here. So that's it. Thank you. Technical changes.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Our next speaker will be Felix Bolanos from Portugal, who will then talk to us about the European Physical Education Observatory, EUPEA.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Felix Bolanos. I'm here speaking about a project that is not mine, so it's very difficult for me to embrace this situation. I have a little participation in this project at the end of the project because there are some difficulties about managing data. It was speak about this morning about the question of managing data when we have big programs that recollect a lot of data, and due to my experience before, I have that ability to work with data. Also, pleasure to me to be here. It's the first time I came to a EUPEA Congress. I'm passionate by learning, and I'm learning a lot about this morning and this afternoon, so I'm very happy to be here to learn a little bit more. So, they have me this difficult task to speak about something that I do not understand very well, which is this physical education quality, the European Physical Observatory, EUPEA. They give me a presentation, I take some slides. I do not change any slide because I do not feel comfortable to change any slide. But this is a project from Erasmus Plus. It is these kind of partners, a large partnership to work in this project. The aim is to create multi-layer perspective picture of all the countries of Europe, and the main goal was to create a pilot and then to test these questionnaires to the pilot and to see if it's possible or not to extend to all Europe. There is here in the room several people maybe that works in this project. So if you have any questions, you can ask them better than me. I will try to explain the last part, which I will has my participation. So we have all the things that are here in these slides already have been spoken here during the morning and during the afternoon. So there is a lot of collection of theory about how to create this quality physical education observatory, and a lot of things that they are collected to create. It was for what they told me, it was difficult to pass from the theory to creating the questionnaires because there are a lot of variety of situations in Europe, and to ask the same question to all the countries should be very difficult to achieve. So it was a hard work for creating these questionnaires. So this is what we recollect, the general aim and the specific aim of the EUPEA. The indicators that we should access to from the questionnaires that we are implementing, and then the framework that we will use to get the quality of physical education, with those layers that we have to have information to create an observatory, European observatory. So we have to be a PE national strategy, community partnerships, public and private, facilities, equipment and resources, teacher workforce, teacher education, and curriculum flexibility. So in these 5 situations, we create the questionnaires. The questionnaires exist, they are ready. If you click on the links, they are going to a platform that you can see all the questions that the questionnaire asks for, recovering information about all these things. And it has given, this is an example of situations that we can achieve for viewing the data. So many scientific studies can be done with this data. This is a small question that I could put here. And this is my participation in this project. As I said, at last part of the project that was difficult to deal with the data. They asked me my expertise in this situation, and as I was a former director of a public school, I was thinking about what I, as a director of a school, want to receive from these questionnaires. So what I created is an online situation. So if I go to the questionnaires and fulfill the questionnaires, 1 hour later the results will appear here in this site. It's a public site, and then I can choose my school. The school is only known by me. It was referred as port PT01. I know that is my school. I don't know the other schools, named schools, and I can compare. Yeah, PT as school. Yes, and then after choosing the school, I can compare the results of my school with the results of my country and the results of Europe. This is not accurate because the results of my country is not for all school countries, so we have to be careful analyzing this data. But it's a way to have some feedback of presenting the questionnaires. So there are various categories, and I also put the difference in between female and male, which I think it was important also to a director of physical teacher education to see the results of inside my school, the variety of situations. So these are the learning outcomes, value students in social, psychological, motor, health-related fitness, cognitive, and behavioral. And the difference between girls and boys. The next slide. So PE contents, some situations. Top 5 schools in my school for fitness, gymnastics, knowledge, racket sports, and team games. The 5 of the country and the 5 of Europe, and the top low of everything of the school, country, and Europe. And then the P times per week for school, for country, and for Europe, the P minutes per week, and a lot of other graphics. You can go to the 5. This is satisfaction, student satisfaction about the questionnaires. So we have the same comparison above, and female and male below. Next. Pedagogical principles: inclusive, social, fair, health-oriented, safe, emotionally, reflection, holistic, and the same thing, difference between boys and girls. Next. Okay, 7. P assessment, self-assessment, self-grading, student informed and parents informed. The percentage of yes and no situations in my school, in the country, and in Europe. Next one. Student success during recess or physical activity, and facility satisfaction students about the equipment and resources. And the next one. So, my biggest problem with data is when I ask someone to fulfill a questionnaire and I do not give immediate response. It's not motivating. I'm not motivating people to fulfill the questionnaires. So I always preoccupied to every time I ask something for someone, I have to give back feedback as most rapidly as possible, and that it's good for motivating people to participate even more in this kind of studies abroad. Probably one of the reasons that I'm here also presenting this study is because I'm asking all the time to SPEF and Portugal why this project stops and does not continue right now. We have what we call a minimum valuable product in startups, companies. We call minimum valuable product, and we have a minimum valuable product. We have to put it and to test it the most rapidly possible, because it is from fulfilling these questionnaires that we can improve the questionnaire and improve giving feedback to improve that questionnaire with more specific questions or more accurate questions to have this European observatory. I'm sorry for the presentation, but as I said, it's not my project, so I don't feel it like my skin. But yes, this part, I think it's important to deliver very rapidly the results for the schools, for the school principals and for the teachers. And if it's immediately, it's a very motivating part for them to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felix, for sharing that information with us. I now call on Belania Prabaska from North Macedonia and Jana Falchkova from Czech Republic to speak to us now about quality of teaching and physical education, the Quality P EUPEA project.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We want to present our project that finished this June. What led to this project? There are some questions we wanted to answer. So, if there are dimensions of quality PE, can those dimensions be measured? So, from this point of view, we bring together experts from various European countries and try to share a common understanding about those dimensions. So our project had several parts. We started with some Delphi study. Here you can see the project partners. Main project investigator was the University of Luxembourg with Alina Lemling, who took the lead after closure. Then University of Hamburg and Swiss University from Zurich, and some other project partners. And during the project, some associated partners come to join us during those 2.5 years. First of all, we established or we determined some quality framework concept where we try to identify central teaching dimensions and features were agreed upon by experts from those various countries. Based on that, the quality EPE evaluation instrument was based on as a formative assessment, and this was developed based on this framework. After that, when the partners were piloting this instrument, also some teaching materials like toolkit, handbook, and guidance were developed, and now they are available for you to share. What was the target groups? Not only PE teacher, but also future PE teachers. So in PE teacher education, it means universities, schools. Also, this instrument can be presented for CPD and also researchers and other stakeholders. Here you can see some project steps. Quality framework was the first, then assessment tools, then we did a pilot implementation and validation study, and toolkit for teacher training. Okay, I skip this. And how it looks like. Quality PETE instrument is based on the 23 dimensions, and each dimension can have 3 to 5 items, and these are adapted from existing studies, so it is evidence-based. 20 were newly formulated items, and because of the many partners involved, we have now 10 language version this tool can be seen from 3 perspectives. First perspective is the teacher, so teacher can use it. Also the student, after each PE lesson, the student can evaluate or assess the PE lesson, or some observer who is familiar with the tool. Okay?
Okay, thanks, Jana. So this instrument, what we say, it's to evaluate what's happening on the physical education class from 3 different perspectives. But also during the project, the project lifetime, it was developed. It was also used to evaluate, to have a feedback of during the learning process of students and of teachers. So here are QR codes that the teachers, students, and observers can use it, so they can follow the physical education class, and then receive the perspective from these three points of view. So many times what teachers think that it's good, it doesn't have to be good for the students, and also observers can have some different opinion. So that's why this instrument is important and valuable, because it can give different perspectives of the same situation and same learning and teaching context. So for everyone that want to see this instrument, the QR codes are available, and also they're available on the website of the project. In terms to be more accessible for the users, the project team has developed a guidance material and a toolkit that can be used. So it's a handbook where the framework is explained, and also the tools are also explained how to use it. They're also supplemented with video materials and with video materials. This is the example of the handbook, where you can find the framework, an explanation of the framework, and the dimensions that are developed within this quality PE framework. And based on this, then the instruments are developed as well. This is also this is also a flowchart and flowchart how to start with the process of using the instrument in the school setting, and also characteristics overview of the all dimensions. On your left side are all dimensions with sub-dimensions that are used to evaluate the quality of physical education teaching. As we already mentioned, there are also other resources available for teachers and for students as well. So like video materials, presentations, and some additional readings that all teachers that are interested to use it, they can use it for their work and for their improvement. Also, the instrument is used to receive feedback for students, for teachers to evaluate their work, but also for students that are in the process of teachers' education. And partners use this and apply it in their settings, so they try it with their students. And the feedbacks are the feedback was evaluated in several scales related to attractiveness, to efficiency, stimulation, novelty, etc. And what was included was concluded that the tool is very efficient because it's easy to use and it's very reliable. And there is also some spaces for improvement in terms of stimulate engagement, especially of the students, and make it more innovative. And what is conclusion generally is that it's a powerful tool that can support the teaching and learning process for pre-service teachers and also to can contribute to improvement of the quality of physical education. And as we already mentioned, the instrument can be used for feedback for students for pre-service teachers. And it's useful because can generate a positive feedback, because the feedback that you receive is honest, is anonymous, and it's also structured. And then it also facilitates the reflections because leads the students through the process of reflection, and they can anticipate elements that should be improved in the future as well. And it's also easy to be used. And in the same time, for a very short time, you can receive a lot of information from students, and that's very valuable in terms to improve the work and to improve your teaching as well. Here you can see the summary of all the products that are developed during the project, and they're all available on the project website as well. You can also scan the QR codes and see them, and also in June in Seville we have a multiplier event where we share this, and all the partners involved in the project share their perspectives on how this process was going on. And you can also follow this on the EUPEA media and the YouTube channel as well. And why is this important from the perspective of EUPEA and in terms of the matrix that EUPEA is working on? It's important because it gives some of the elements of what quality physical education means in terms of what's happening in the physical education classes. Today we see a lot of different perspectives of quality physical education, but here the tool provides something that we can, on an objective way, follow what's happening in the sport hall or during the exact physical education class. And also is useful in terms of monitoring and assessment of physical education and physical activity. And we think that although affects only one aspect of quality physical education, it's a very useful tool that can support the improvement of physical education classes in general. So that would be all from our side. And you are invited to see the website and also to see the YouTube channel of EUPEA, where we have presented some of these videos and also some of the materials that are developed during the project.
Melania, never give out to me about speaking fast ever again. Super. And so, last but not least, I'd like to call my good friend from the UK.
England.
Do I need to remind Nigel that they left Europe with Brexit?
We're still in Europe.
But still a very good friend of EUPEA, and he's going to present on the Phys Ed Academy and his experience of it to date.
Yeah, so this is going to be very short and sharp because coffee break is coming. In a way, it doesn't really link to QPE as such, but it has a tenuous link. So you can see the countries involved, or the people involved. Let's scroll through. Here we go. So essentially, this project came about because there was a concern about the quality of PE teacher education throughout Europe. And the idea was that we need to look at teacher education and get more consistent practices, and to share these best practices with the people in different countries. And that's what this project is about. So it came up with the idea of looking at signature pedagogies. And you can see Mats and Stephanie did a review using Schulman's work, and essentially they came up with these three key areas: autobiographical pedagogies, which include narratives, visions, vignettes; experiential pedagogies, which is living the curriculum, peer teaching, school placement and service learning; and then professional pedagogies, communities of learning and practitioner inquiry. And these were trialled with the teacher educators in the universities, and then they set up little projects with teachers in schools to try and work with them to produce and develop materials or small, what we call mini packs, that could then be shared. I'll just move off that one, sorry. And then these mini packs were shared at an event that Gregor very kindly and very professionally organised in Slovenia. And what this did is this brought the teachers and the teacher educators together, and it gave opportunities for those groups to share what they were doing and how they were doing and what innovative practices were going on. What they've now done is they've gone back to their respective countries and they're sort of reviewing and revising what their suggestions are, and they will then write about these and share these in different journals and at conferences and on different websites. So there is a link, but it's more focused on the teacher education as opposed to quality peer. There you go. Told you it was short. Thank you, Gareth.
May I raise a question?
Yes, absolutely.
I think, first thank you. I think there is no need to apologize. You're talking about.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not apologising as such, but...
my question is, what is necessary for teachers to be a qualitative PE teacher coming out of this?
Okay, I think that's a different question in relation to the project, okay, because the project is looking at the quality of teacher education and looking at the different pedagogies that are used by teacher educations in their practice. There is a knock-on effect that practice could be used in schools, and there was a suggestion part of the way through we should be looking at that. But I think what we've sort of said is really this is another project that signature pedagogy is used in schools by teachers would be the next step following on from that. But that doesn't really answer your question, but I don't think your question, I think your question is a much broader question, not necessarily linked specifically to the project. So perhaps that might be a starter question in the plenary session afterwards. So write it down, and you're going to be answering it actually.
So I also want to thank Nigel for setting a record. All the presenters had 15 minutes and Nigel spent 4 minutes, so it's super to be clear and concise and to the point. But that brings us to the end of this part of the session here. Once again, I want to congratulate all the speakers that we had. I'm always amazed by the quality of the English by the various people we have in the room. Their English is far better than my Italian or German or Slovakian, and Bruno might even say their English is better than my English, which I might disagree with, but I think a big round of applause is deserved for each of our presenters. Now I'm going to hand over to El Presidente, who's going to decide how long our coffee break is.
We start on time, so we finish in advance, so we have longer coffee break until...
So what time is it now?
The coffee break should be at 4:30, it's 4:32, so we have time.
So we start again at 5 o'clock?
We start at 5 o'clock.
Okay, perfect. And just before we go there, can I just have all the presenters up here to take a quick photo as a group? So the 3 earlier and the 4 later, and everyone else, enjoy your coffee and be active, move.
Yes.
Was it the 3 of us? No, it was not. You were not involved. It was an Italian guy, very similar. Can you remember? Maybe 10 years ago. Probably there was one.
I was there. Yes.
just like a round stage. Me and there was a stage, right? Each one of you had like we were supposed to discuss.
Yes. No, the microphone is there.
Too much work.
It's 100 GB.
100 GB.
So there are only listening 100 people from Great Britain listening to it.
It's okay. Yeah.
It's like a mirror.
It's 100 GB.
100 GB.
So there are only listening 100 people from Great Britain listening.
It's okay.
It's okay. No test.
So now you will close because we already have 100.
Can we start?
Yes.
Can I have a photo?
Yes.
And a big smile.
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 Photo.
Okay, are we ready for the last session for today?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't seem very happy for the last session. I expected more reactions. Okay, welcome everyone to the last session for today's forum meeting, and that's the panel discussion related to quality physical education. And here with us we have 5 experts in quality physical education, but all of you will be also invited to ask questions and also to give your opinion and discuss about what we are going to say now. So this should be a short summary, if we can do it in short, which is not very possible knowing what we have discussed today earlier, on what quality physical education is, different aspects and how we can proceed. And then the idea of all this is to get with some position and some statements and how EUPEA can define quality physical education and how we can move forward and work to improve different aspects. With me today, I will start from my left side, is Professor Roland Knoll, representing CEREPS, Gabriela Luptakova, representing FIEPS, Avelino Azevedo, representing EUPEA. Then we have Aleksandar Ignjatovic from the University of Kragujevac in Serbia, and then Atilio Carrera from representing ISEP. And also all of them representing all different countries. So, as I mentioned, I will start with some initial questions, but then you are all free to ask your questions as well. So I will start first with the lady. So, Gabriela, how will you define quality in physical education, and what are the core elements quality physical education should include?
I think that many of us have already mentioned all of these components of what quality physical education should consist of. And there was a very nice definition. First of all, I think that nowadays society, it should be very student-oriented, and it should raise physically literate people. So we all know what physical literacy means, which component it includes. So we should focus on physical competence, knowledge, understanding, motivation, confidence, and also the values and attitudes. So I think that these are the most basics, and besides of that, social skills and interpersonal skills are also very important parts, which should be included in physical education.
Great, thank you. So you get some points from my next question, and I will point this to Professor Roland. So, Professor Roland, according to you, if we want to improve the quality of physical education, what would be the first thing to start out with?
To think or to rethink the extended frame of the school. Who is living, who is working at school, what are the collaborative partners, like parents. So I would recommend to have the broader frame of the socio-ecological model with all the different components and facts. Because quality physical education you can assess with different perspectives, from the student, from the teachers, from the school government, from partners of the schools, also from the perspective of out-of-school personnel, coaches, volunteers. So it's complex. And I think that is something we have to address if we want to achieve it. Or we said physical education, quality standards for students, quality standards for teachers, for the school unit, and so on and so on.
Okay, thank you very much. So here I will go, because teachers are one of the aspects that can provide quality physical education. So I can get back to the question that was previously said, and Alexandra, maybe you can answer this. What makes the PE teacher a quality PE teacher?
That's the most important thing, the essence, and I believe that this is the key thing and the key player in the idea to make quality physical education. Without quality teachers, everything else doesn't matter. So I was in the interview for the one big mega company, or let's say a business company, and they have on their website, I prepared for the interview, they said you can take everything from us, you can take our cargo center, our products, but our employees are the best. So I believe this also in the physical education area, the teacher are the most important component. And you asked what we need to change, or what is the what makes them the best and the strongest component. I believe that the good selection and good motivation. And now I'm maybe pessimistic, but I don't see a good selection in physical education teacher process, because it's not the most attractive job in the world, probably. And I see the candidates that are enrolled in physical education teacher, in physical education faculties, and they're, if I may say, at least my opinion is that they're much weaker than 30 years ago, not in the measure of strength, but in all aspects. And the second thing is motivation. Maybe if you have a good quality teacher and motivated, then he can create quality physical education without the gym, without the equipment, without many other things. But without quality physical education, then the problem is even bigger than it is now. And for my faculty, we have a constant decrease of high school students that are enrolling at the faculty, because they pursue their career in other areas, not in education. And I believe in Europe it's not the same trend, but it's quite similar. For example, in Finland, 5 years ago, they have 10 candidates on one place, and we have 3 places for one candidate. So it's difficult to create quality teachers with that, and when you add the motivation on top of it, you have a great mixture. So I will stop now, because I'm starting to be pessimistic.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can give the mic.
The microphone is for you.
Okay, so is it working?
Not sure we can hear each other.
So I will go with this, the points that you think that teachers are not very qualified.
It's not working.
I think so.
No, it's red.
It's not working.
A bit louder.
Not working.
So I think you can try to whether it works. No, it's not.
Okay, so we will continue with the.
It's working.
Shall I volume up?
Yeah, a little more. Yeah, it's possible.
With the question of motivation of teachers and quality programs for physical education teachers. So Tilio, you mentioned that within ISEP you have special interest groups related to physical education, teacher education, to contemporary physical education, technology in teaching. Yeah. So do you think that there is a way to make the programs more
popular between students, and then motivate great teachers that will be motivated and competent and qualified, that can contribute to the quality of physical education?
Yes, it is a really very good question, and I think that we can't have a single answer to this question, because we have different systems across Europe, different approaches to teacher preparation, and also a different, as you said, Alexander, social consideration of the job of a teacher. Not only of job of a PE teacher. It is simply, in my opinion, we don't have, I repeat, a single answer to this question. For sure, I totally agree with the idea that, yes, without quality teachers, we can't have quality PE, of course, and this is related partially to the initial selection, in my opinion, and the initial preparation and education of teachers, but also it is absolutely linked, in our opinion, as we said, to the continuous professional development of teachers. We can't consider that the subject that they are teaching today will be the same in 10 years from now, and it was the same compared to 10 years ago. It is simply a different story. They are facing with different needs, with different kids, with different adolescents, and with a different society. And probably also with a different approach to the subject. That is, being able to move over the walls of the gym to consider the discipline something that is open to, let I say, real life. And probably sometimes we are not so able to do this. So thanks again. It is, I think, a very open question for we all here.
Thank you very much. And through the discussions today and presentation, we say that it's not, there was different elements that can contribute to the quality of physical education. And Professor Roland also mentioned the community, and then the stakeholders, and then the schools, the parents. So maybe, Avelino, next question is to, not maybe, it's for sure for you. Who are the key actors that can initiate changes that will provide the quality of physical education? We started with the teachers, but who are the other key actors?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think obviously all stakeholders that are involved in the PE community, obviously, in the first step. In the wider step, obviously all the politicians and everybody that makes the decision, because we need and we have to convince them through scientific facts, through what happens also in schools, all together. That's what we are doing here, to combine this analysis and tell them this is what we need. Obviously, like Carraro was saying, Professor Carraro, we have different approaches because we have different countries, and even sometimes in the country itself we have different regions and different ways of acting. So we need really to understand what happens in each country. We need to understand what happens in each EUPEA region, in Europe by itself. Also having a very good look at what happens outside of Europe. I think the presentation that were made here also help us, giving some feedbacks. But we need to focus on this, on the stakeholders, on the specific stakeholders, the politicians, I think, but also the PE community. To the PE community, I think it's very important we start with the PE teachers, but we start also with the directors, with the other teachers also that can also help in this, because we must see PE not for itself integrated in the school system, in the educational system, that wants to give the student some competences, which are not only the physical one, but all the others, and it's a combined. And if you want to have really a quality PE, we need first to have we need to have PE classes well structured with enough times per week PE. We need to have also quality in this time, materials obviously that are resources that fundamental for the teacher. I see this under the point of view obviously of the PE teacher. And then we need to have a curriculum that is based on, and it should be most of, if you want really quality, it can be only PE teachers doing this. We cannot have trainers and other, because then the pedagogical part is missing. So we need really to focus on this, and then all the other complementary that makes quality in PE also are something complementary. I usually, just to finish, I usually, when I have with my in the pre-service teachers, when we see them in the schools, most of them say, hey, how can I teach him if he cannot run? He doesn't know how to run. How can I teach him something if he cannot throw a ball? So some basic things are so we can have the best programs, but if the PE classes is not there and gives not the curriculum goal, we cannot have any PE with the quality that we want to have it.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will get back now to Gabriela as well, because you speak about active schools as part of quality physical education. So in terms to implement some programs in the schools and make the school active, we need the support from the policymakers, from the school principals, from the school management. So how policymakers and school administrators can support implementation of quality physical education programs? Is there any good practices or maybe experiences that you have faced so far?
At the moment in Slovakia, we're trying to create a national project on active schools. The good sign is that it is coming from the government. So the government wants to do something, and they ask us how can we do a project like this. So this is, I think, the easiest way how it can be done, because it is much more difficult if the expert community would like to implement something like this and wants to or has to persuade the decision makers and stakeholders and ministers, hey, this is something we need and we need your support. So it's like vice versa process, and of course we need evidence, because we all know the situation. The situation on physical competencies, motor competencies, physical fitness, it's worse and worse year by year. This is what we all know, and I think this is in all countries the same. And now the question is what we want to do about it, and if we would like to try active school, we need to have a pilot study, we need to have some evidence, then we need to do some maybe reinforcements, so do some little changes, and then we can go to the government and say these are the results, and these are the facts why this should work and why we should be supported. And then of course it always depends on the people that are in the government, whether they like the ideas or not, because at the end of the day they are the people with the budget. So we need them, and they also need us if they want to have a good project.
We need to take their budget. Okay, I will have 2-3 more questions, and then I will give the floor to everyone else so you can prepare your questions. Just 2 more questions to the panelists, and then we can continue. We mentioned that also students and parents are important chain in this whole process. So how as actors in this educational system, so how their feedback and perspective can be integrated into programs that can contribute to quality physical education? Maybe Attila?
For me, yes, the level is different. Yeah, they are. Yeah, the question is about students and parents. I think that any action we would start in primary school, we should consider parents as a key actor. They are significant adults. Working in primary school means, in our opinion, is the opinion of our association, is also working with parents by providing them right information and right instruments to cope with the message, to let their children practicing more, doing more physical activity. It is a completely different story when we are moving to the secondary school. There, I think that generally speaking, we are missing what is called the bottom-up approach. We are not asking enough to students what they would like to do. And sometimes some very interesting proposals can come directly from students. The approach of the active school, that is very interesting, but very often it is established outside of the school, outside or avoiding the interest of students. So probably these 2 different attentions. One is working directly with parents, saving time for them, and the other is asking or letting students, particularly in secondary school, in high-level schools, to let we know, to ask their to listen their voice about the question.
Thank you.
No, just want to add the mic to you.
Thank you.
But I agree with Attilio on the topic.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will go with one question. Professor Roland, you speak about recommendations, and also we speak about some standards. So what do you think? To what extent we can have like a model for quality physical education where one size fits all, and in what elements we could look more into country specifics?
I think, first of all, we have carefully evaluate what is behind the different terminology we have in the countries. Sometimes you have different words but identical meanings, and vice versa. And of course, if you will target quality criteria for the curriculum, this is different than to have quality criteria for the teaching approach of a teacher. So a first step would be to look to the diversity in terminology we have. I know that there's high diversity across PE teacher training, across PE curriculum development in Europe. But personally, I would not like to live any longer with a mismatch of the different criteria. So we should get it in order, and there must be some criteria valid for the teaching process, valid for the behavioral teacher process, for parents, for the workforce of a school with regard to physical education, and also time allotment. So time allotment is for me one of the most essential. And since 2015, I'm a strong supporter of the document of the European Commission, daily physical education, or physical activity. Not less than 5 times a week, with a load of 45 to 60 minutes. However, we should try, even this is not an easy job to do, try to have benchmarks, common European benchmarks, when it goes with a quality question to teachers, parents' behavior, school facilities, curriculum items, so that, for instance, that's my personal view, but also share with some colleagues in CEREPS. Quality physical education needs a child-centered approach, teaching approach, and teaching strategies according to this. So that is a benchmark for me. And I would think it would be worthwhile to have benchmarks set up for the different criteria which we have for the different persons who are involved, parents, teachers, students, partners, and so on and so on. Without common European, this is possible. Although we have diversity, we will not change the diversity. So I know when the first European PE committee was set up in 1992, with my good old friend from Belgium, Willy Laporte, we saw it in the 90s, full of the spirit of Maastricht. Now time has come. We got a unique and universal Europe now. The diversity even has become more diverse than it was 30 years before, for different reasons. But nevertheless, this is something like a yardstick. If you don't have yardsticks in education, for what you should educate and go for? And that is benchmarked, or a yardstick, for measurement as well. So that is also my position. Of course, no education without physical education. But if you don't have quality control, monitoring and evaluation, and accordingly feedback to students, to the teacher, and to the parents to don't have a quality level. And that is something I would personally recommend, to have a quality level in physical education, which means as a benchmark, monitoring, evaluation, feedback, further education, and what comes out of the results.
Thank you very much. So there is still more questions here, but I would like to hear your voice and then you to ask questions. So maybe before was Yanis said, and then Tamas has some questions.
At first, thank you, all of you, about your opinions and your statement. I would like to tell something about PE, quality of PE. At first, the Department of Physical Education in the university must have a special course during all the years of studies about quality PE for the next teachers of physical education. Second, the leaders of PE must have mission and vision about their work to spread it in their colleagues. And of course, they try to fulfill their pockets with money in order to have happy the colleagues and their family. By that way, with participating in summer camp, in athletic after-school programs, about training after-school program and training of team of the school. We must have PE teachers and their family happy with their job, and to have in their mind to love their students as their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis. So it was Tamas, then Nigel, Bruno, and Gregor. So
yes, thank you. What is really get my attention in this day is that the evidences or the data what we collected, or EUPEA collected about how the quality PE as a term is looking at in different countries. My short analysis is at the three different pockets of countries. The first one is where the quality as a term, including to physical education, quality physical education, it's a long-term and somehow understood term. There are some other countries who has a relatively new concept is the quality physical education. Probably some policies, some scientific articles are using the term, but not deeply realized in the practice. And there are the third country group where there is no term for quality physical education. So I would ask you, what is your opinion about how can we help to understand the countries or the people who are not really or even oppose against the term quality physical education? How should we promote this? What do you think?
you would like to answer, or you will?
It's a question.
I can, for me. Thank you, Thomas. I think this is a very interesting question. But we must give that data to the countries. Compare data. We need to know what happened in each country. We need to know what happens differently in each country, so that they understand what other countries are doing, why they have success in this, and then how can this be done by an observatory. We must know. We must have real data, but an observatory with real data that we know from all countries, and the involvement of all countries in giving data there inside. Because if we have only the answer of 3 or 4 schools, it's not enough from each country. But we need really to know, and this is should be also our job in EUPEA as EUPEA members, that we take this job to our countries and let them know when we want to have data, because if we can only give feedback if we have data regarding what happened in each country. Because we can say, there is two times per week physical education. Okay, but 2 times is not enough. How much minutes? How much really practicing minutes do they have? Or do they have a curriculum or everything? So these are the kinds of data that we need to know. We already share this in our internal discussions. We need to really to know this kind of data so that we can compare and give some feedback after to the countries regarding this. Besides all the difficulties, all the contra that people will have not having a physical education. By contra, I mean no healthy lifestyles. All the money that is not saved could be saved in advance and is spent after in health cares for people. And whoever speaks about health cares, because the vision should not be only about health, it speaks also about everyday common lifestyle that we must have in these kind of situations.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Maybe I'm wrong, but from what I understood from the presentations is that if the country doesn't have a definition of quality physical education, it doesn't mean that they don't have an idea of what quality physical education is. Some countries describe quality PE by standards, some of them by maybe components or the competencies which the students should know or should obtain. So maybe I'm not sure if I understand this correctly, but also there was the country, Jana was giving an example of Slovakia. We don't have a definition what QPE is, but we have a new curriculum which says that PE must be student-oriented. The students have to learn social skills, they have to learn teamwork, communication, and to be leadership, and also they have to build fitness and competence, etc., etc. So it is kind of definition of quality physical education, but I think just viewed differently.
Thank you. So Nigel has some questions as well.
Yeah. Thanks. I just want to pick up on a couple of points that people have made. I think, first of all, we've got to be clear of why PE is on the curriculum. What's the reason behind that? And as Attilio referred, often that's very much a cultural reason, and so it will differ in different countries. And actually, I was talking to Peter the other day, and we were talking about quality PE. And actually, 100 years ago plus, we were focusing on preparing for war, and physical training, which came from PE, was preparation. Actually, in reality now, there are some of our European countries who may have a focus on preparation for war. Now, I'm not saying that's what we should be doing, but it's a reality, and it's a cultural reality. We have a focus on health, and again, that's important at this moment in time. But I would suggest, as Gabriela said, I think it's more of a flourishing, holistic development is what we're looking to from a physical literacy point of view, from a life skills, personal development. And I would come back to then, what would you see in a quality PE session? And I think having a visual, a video, for example, of a session, and you say, okay, what do I like in that? What's good about this session? And perhaps here's another one, and what do we not like about this? What are the issues? So what would you expect to see in those quality PE?
Would you like to answer this?
I'll try to answer shortly. If I may, in one sentence, I would like to see a joy in children's face. This would be the best description for everything. And if I may add, not totally related to this question, but while the discussion was going, from my perspective, I'm really advocating the monitoring and evaluation in physical education, because without it, it's not possible to see what are the problems and what are the effects of physical education. But on the other hand, Gabriela said nicely, as you said it, even with flourishing words, that something else is more important. And if you focus only on on some quantitative aspects of the physical education, you will lose that. And while the discussion was going, I was thinking about PISA in physical education, because when you have a PISA results, it's all over the media, and everybody's saying, oh, we're bad in PISA, we have to do something, we have to do something, we have to do something. And if we get a similar result in physical education, and we'll say, oh, we're so bad in physical education, we have to do something, increase the number of physical education classes. But then another problem would be that we will all focus on measurement, on the physical activity, on training, and we will lose the smile on our faces, enjoyment. And what's the, as you said, ask a simple question, what is the, and I said the joy in the children, they are all wet and after exercise, but they are smiling, so that's the main thing.
There's an article that's just come out. It's busy, happy, good,
yeah,
which is a traditional phrase, but actually it's not busy, happy, good, it's busy, happy, better. So we're busy, we're active, we're happy because the children are happy, but we're actually getting better at whatever it is we're trying to develop. So it's quite a good article just come out. I can't remember who wrote it.
Yeah. And then Bruno.
Thank you to all for your thoughts. I also try to comply my thoughts. So I will start with words from Roland. So child-centered approach. Yes, that's fine, that's good. But actually, I'm coming now also to the Nigel question. And this is associated with quality control indicators that we should have. You discussed that we have problems about teachers, that in Serbia, but this is not the case of Serbia, this is the case of many European countries, that we are lacking of teachers. So, of course, there is a problem how we will develop good teachers if we don't have a material. So we then, according to this, I think we should think and also act on at least 5 levels. My first level is, from my opinion, is position of education within the society. So going beyond the limitations of physical education, because if there will be a good, let's say, situation for teachers, probably this will be more respected profession, and I think we have an indicator here. So GDP for education. So this could be, for instance, so we can set a list of indicators who would say us how we are good in different kind of these layers. The second level is position of PE within educational system. So this is already that we are comparing to other, let's say, subjects. And here I have some experience, really current one from Slovenia. Now we are in the situation that there is discussion about the, let's say, renovation of educational system, and we came out with hard evidence about the importance of PE, not just from the point of physical, mental, and social health, but also from the cognitive health. So how important it is also for other subjects. But there was a reply from this group created from the field of education. Okay, that's very interesting, but if we want to include more PE within the syllabus, please tell us who should we exclude. And our answer was nobody. Nobody. They said that this is impossible because PE is weekly burden then because we have a limitation how much hours per week students can be loaded. And then we said, no, this is totally wrong approach. PE is not another weekly burden for students. Actually, it's their recovery. Because during the PE, they can recover themselves to be better for better academic achievements. We have a hard evidence on this. So I think this would be really important also in advocacy of PE. Then here is another issue. We should also align with arts and music. Why? Because we are all, 3 subjects within syllabus that especially develop creativity and values of students. In Slovenian language, we have a separate wording for this kind of subjects. It's not the same like other academic subjects. And I think this is really important, especially in younger ages. So, therefore, they should have a special placement in syllabus. For instance, in Slovenia, art and music is terribly set in even worse than PE. They have a really low number of classes, so it's really catastrophic from my side. And then on this level, we have several good data, which is now collected by João Martins in Global Observatory of Physical Education. So they are continuing EUPEA project, let's say, through this project, and I think we can collect this data and we can get some kind of comparison across the Europe. So we could also get some indicators. Then there is a third level. This is initial PET education and CPD. So we can, of course, here create also some indicators. There is a fourth layer. So this is implementation of PE within local community. So how it's also synchronized or connected with sports sector and health sector, etc. And then this is the fifth level is teaching of PE, and over there EUPEA was part of this project. We came to set of really good indicators of quality PE teaching of class. So based on this, we could also create instrument which would give us a feedback how good teachers actually are teaching. The purpose of this project was not to establish instrument, but we can continue working on this. So this is also the answer to Nigel's question. Why? Because also the definition of UNESCO is so broad, so undefined, that you cannot find actually what is quality PE. Why? You could have 40 kids, and of course if you have 40 kids in group to practice, you cannot really do inclusion. Yeah? And quality PE is defined by UNESCO that you should have an inclusion, etc., etc. So, but having 40 kids, it's art how you will manage them, etc. So, of course, you will say this is not a quality performance of PE, but if this is the reality, so that government set you a number of 40 kids in the group, so actually something should be done on the top, not on the level of PE teaching. That's why I think this is really important, not to have a different kind of solutions on different levels. Not talking about also just on PE class.
Just on that, I mean, you mentioned from a quality PE point of view, any classes that are above 30 are unlikely to be quality, as you've rightly said. So to me, that's one of the criteria. The class needs to be of sufficient size to the facilities and equipment that you've got, that you're actually able to do something positive. I've seen lessons in India where they've got 80 in the class, one teacher, no facilities. How on earth can you have any quality with that?
Correct.
So, it's a simple thing there. The actual class size needs to be appropriate to the facilities, equipment, and what you're trying to do. It's simple. Yeah.
Thanks.
Does someone from the panelists want to react or to add something?
Yes. Yes, it is just a reaction to. I totally agree with you, Nigel, that it is time, when we are speaking of quality physical education, to restart a reflection on the aims of the subject. Yeah, because it is when we have something, it is, as you said, Gregor, usually so general that it is difficult. It is a generalistic approach to it. I agree. We need the indicators for sure, And probably we need also to consider, I'm using a new word now, this sort of embodied enterprise, embodied mission of physical education. And this could be very interesting for school because according to what you said, it is a sort of, between brackets, recreation to regain energy for students and so on. This means when we are doing this reflection within the general education reflection thoughts we can have, we have one foot in school and the other out of school, according to what children are doing during classes. It is not real school because there are no desks, there are no chairs and so on. It is something related to enjoyment, to joy, movement and so on. And this is very often, at least in Italy, difficult to understand through the school system. It is not a serious use of time doing this. And this is my final comment, sorry. I think if we stay too long on the discussion about the number of weekly hours, we are losing time. Because if we are not able to say that we need, of course we need more hours, but we need more quality in this hour, it is not enough of a discussion. We are asking for 5 hours. Why? What are the contents? How can you provide evidence that this is a good use of time at school, instead of teaching more English classes or, I don't know, math or physics? Yeah, so sorry, I did nothing to the discussion, but I'm totally in line with you and we all.
Just short reply. So I would also like to.
One also observation from Slovenia. We also argued for more PE hours, and then they turn one argument against us without having knowledge, deep knowledge, and this is that they said we will have movement breaks, and also we will have some kind of physical active learning, etc., etc. And then we had to start discussion and tell him that this is not the same, that the benefits of physical education are much higher. First, it's more intensive and therefore there are physiologically more benefits. And the second one is actually about the values, physical literacy, etc. So we have to be very careful introducing physical activity, also I like other I think actions within school setting, because this could cost us also numbers of hours of PE. So we have to be aware of this.
Thank you. It's now Bruno and then Tamas.
We are in the same direction now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm completely agree with you. We are in a political system, and we can't be like a baby against the system. For sure, I think so. Quality is an answer of liberal system to explain us we can't increase the number of physical education hours. It's incredible. This afternoon, in your presentation, you developed not Norms, the colleague from Fiat. You developed the idea the PE is the core of many things, but you never suggest to increase the physical education time, the physical education lessons. Why? Because it's more expensive for the different governments. And they prefer to say, yeah, come with your bike to the school, walk in when you have a break, move your arms in the class. You tell them, okay, we need less children in the class. Yeah, you have to work about the quality of physical education. I have 40 children, and you told me the answer, I need facilities. No, you have to work about the quality of physical education. So they give you the fault to develop yourself as a PE teacher, and don't take the responsibility to increase the compulsory time for all the children in our society. As we say, the compulsory time for all the children in the society is physical education, because all the children, they are with us as a PE teacher, no a coach. no an activity for the afternoon where some teacher can come and the other teachers can't come. So as EUPEA, we have to be aware and defend the development and the increase of physical education. Second reflection and idea about the criteria and the standardization. We have to be careful also about the standardization of the practices by the different criteria. We have a lot of scientists that want to give us indicators of quality, and after we have to implement the same physical education in other parts of the world. No, I don't believe in this system. The standardization, who wants standardization of the practice of when you are a teacher? We need also to be effective and think about. The meaning is not we don't care about the quality of physical education, but perhaps as the test or many things, we can be as a PE teacher also use and ask what is for you the quality. I like this question also, because what is for you the quality? At the end of my lessons, at the end of the year, at the end of the school? And we know now the PISA system, why is there is some teacher, what's happened? They only organize the teaching to increase the level of the PISA. Are they a better quality than me because I don't take care about the PISA test? So we know today that there is also test system, test teaching, only to prepare the students to be better in the test, to present a good quality. Is it really a good quality because you are a good result in the test? There is many things you learn around lessons or around the pre-lessons. Perhaps they are not in the test. How we can evaluate all these things? So I think so in this discussion, very interesting discussion, we have to also put this discussion also in the political system and think about how quality is used sometimes to don't let us to ask a development of physical education for all the children.
Thank you. Does anyone of the panelists want to? Yes, it's Tamas and then Martin. Anyone of the panelists want to react on this, or it's okay? Yeah.
Sorry, just very quickly, I want to say that it seems like all over the Europe we fight with the windmills when we talk to politicians, and we really try to persuade them about how much we need PE classes and we need more PE classes, and we give them so many evidence and it's still not working. And this is actually why we come up with this idea of active school, and now we see maybe a potential in these after-school physical activity programs, because there might be the space where we can, or the kids can meet maybe physical activity recommendations, and we can work on different components of physical education during PE lessons. So I know this is not a solution, but you know, if you have a problem and you always just complain, this is not working, politicians are not listening, you will not go forward. So we are trying to find a solution in this not pleasant situation, and maybe this can be at least like a blaster.
You are absolutely right. That is a pragmatic view.
Yeah, my comment goes in a little bit different direction. First of all, thank you for your really interesting presentations and the discussion. When I was looking at Attilio's presentation or also Gabriella's presentation, you mentioned different organizations or associations that worked on this topic. And you mentioned also the International Committee for Sport Pedagogy, Attilio, and Gabriella, you know it also when you worked in EUPEA in Berlin. And some of us in the room also know the global forum that took place, the three different ones. So my question goes in the direction, how could we all together, although we might have slightly different models, what we understand of quality physical education, and I think it's just normal. I mean, if you go in your own country, there might be regions where the perception is different. When you look at Europe, then of course there are slightly differences, and when you look worldwide, then probably the further you go, the more different solutions you have or understandings. But from my understanding, if we can agree on a common core and then have slight differences, then the question is, how do we reach politicians in the best way? And I think here in the last 2 decades there were some good examples. The International Committee for Sport Pedagogy was a working group of IXPI where 5 really big international organizations merged, namely ISEP, FIEP, at that time not FIEPS, then IAPESCEWE, IFAPA, and the International Society for Comparative Physical Education. And here I really had the feeling that those 3 associations, or 5 associations, really tried to amplify their voices, speak with one word. They rotated the conferences, there were joint keynotes or panel discussions, there were joint working groups at conferences, and this really raised awareness. And also with the global forum that Ming Kai organized, I think there was some attraction and politicians recognized what we were talking of. And maybe in the future, like Attilio, you mentioned it, like a World PE Forum or something like that, we can continue or merge both ideas to join our forces on an international level, maybe at regional or continental level, like EUPEA or the Australian ASPA, and maybe join our forces in a common conference or like a global conference or global forum.
Thank you. Does anyone direct?
Thank you. Well, I will not counteract this. I think that is an item which should carefully redeveloped. However, what concerns me, at least since UNESCO work after 2010, 2011, and also other work of international societies or associations in physical education, I know why there is a wishful thinking to attract policymakers on municipality, regional, or federal level. But ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you, what did policymakers change on behalf of WHO, on behalf of IXPIS, or any others? I think we are driving for many years for the purpose of our subject in the wrong direction. So the future doesn't lie in the heaven of politics. The future lies on grassroots level in the local school, building partnerships and building with our expertise of different societies, lighthouse projects. If you have lighthouse project with academic support, and of course with monitoring and evaluation, then you have the basis for evidence base. And then the politician will open their ears, probably not their eyes. But at least they open their ears. I think we have to turn on grassroots level, driving the car in a different direction than the cars have been driven in the last 20 years in the wrong direction. I raised this question in 2018 when ITSCA celebrated the Active School Community Project with some partners of WHO. They still let me be in the lecture room. But afterwards there came people from WHO and said, "Oh, Roland, that was very critical for us, but you are not totally wrong." So strengthen forces, but change the direction for car driving.
Yeah, thank you for this great discussion. I really enjoyed it, and I am enjoying it. A short comment. I think I can hear within the discussion there are actually 2 discussions. One is to identify what quality PE is, and one is what are the preconditions that we need to deliver it. And we can't talk about them at the same time. I think it's impossible, because then the plus and minuses take out each other, kind of. So I think the two discussions need to be separate. First, what is quality PE, and then how to deliver it. And I'd like to add on to Martin, if I got you right, that it would be a great idea if our organizations can find that common ground together as a work topic for the future. To not have 4 different, definitions, but actually see what can we commonly agree on, a common ground, because that, coming from 4 different strong organizations as we are, having the same message will also make it much stronger, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas, does someone want to react on this? Yeah. I was warned that we have, 10 more minutes, but we can go with this last question or comment and then with the final thoughts of the panelists.
Thank you. Andrew Dechelis from Malta. I think this is one of the first meetings I'm attending lately. You raised many important points. At least I'm feeling that I'm not the only one that are experiencing the same issues in Malta. In a way, I feel myself a bit lucky in terms of finding PE teachers. You mentioned that the importance of having high-quality teachers to teach quality physical education. Okay, and lately we've seen an increase in the number of students applying for the course in teaching, which is completely against what other universities are experiencing and what other subjects. Maths 1 student, Italian 2 student, you know. We're trying to understand what is happening in Malta, because whereas we had kept the course up to 20 and the average was about 12, 13 this year, I had 45 applicants. Now this is causing obviously a bit of a challenge on my part, also to ensure that all these 45 applicants are actually driven by passion, by motivation to become quality PE teachers. So there is another challenge here as university lecturers to make sure that candidates for PE teachers are actually the ones that want to be the right example when it comes to PE teaching. So I think that is a bit of a challenge. You mentioned the specialist generalist teachers. We've increased the number of units at university for generalist teachers in primary, but we're still not happy that generalist teachers are expected to deliver one lesson, whereas the PE teacher has to deliver another lesson. We know what happens: maths, English, Maltese come first, and then if there is time. So we are trying to push towards having generalist teachers not shared among schools, but also within each school. We are very concerned not about the passion when teachers start teaching. How long does that passion remains in PE teachers? Because we know that it's so easy to get burned out as PE teachers. I taught in schools for 10 years. I juggled between teaching, coaching, part-time, full-time, family, and many things. It's very easy to get discouraged and burned out, and so maybe we as associations have the responsibility of trying to keep that spark in every student. One final point. In one of the units I teach, I asked the students, do you think we are being successful as PE teachers in schools? And they say, we don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You mentioned aims here. What are the learning outcomes by the end of compulsory schooling? So what do we expect a physically educated child to be able to do, to know, to understand in terms of attitude, in terms of physical activity? We expect students to remain active for life. Are they active at 16 years? No. So does that mean you already failed? Can we do this task on our own, 1 lesson a week, 2 lessons a week, and we increase lessons even in secondary by 1 lesson a week in Malta? Who can help us with this? You mentioned many stakeholders, the parents that you mentioned, the clubs that can maybe support us, and we work very well together, which you also mentioned. The schools, the active schools approach. And when I do the lecture on active schools and bombard the students with the possibilities they can create in schools, active commuting, walking, bus, daily mile within schools, school breaks, they get overwhelmed and I say, do I have to do all this as a PE teacher? I said, obviously. No, you have to share these responsibilities. But who's going to push other teachers to contribute? Who's going to push the administrators to? So there is a lot of work to do. I'm very pleased to hear also during presentations that a lot of work has been done and is being done by EUPEA and other associations to improve the situation. And I think we should all try and take bits and pieces from there and try to apply it, as I'm going to do, hopefully, from this interesting conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe we can go now with the final thoughts, or if there's some other comment. Okay, so I would now invite the panelists for maybe their final comments, final thoughts, to close this session. So we can start again from this side. Maybe Gabi.
It is very difficult to maybe summarize or highlight something that has been said here. By listening to all of you and all of my colleagues today, I realized how little we do for our PE teachers at a university. So maybe this is also an idea, because we do so much research and we do international work and we focus on maybe university teaching, but sometimes I feel like now I just realize that we really forget about our PE teachers, who are basically the crucial part of making physical activity quality. So this would be my key message to come back home and to think about what can we give to our PE teachers, something hands-on, because they are not going to read scientific papers, they are not going to study any materials. They want to have something what they can get and they can teach. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe Phil.
I hope, because there are not too many years, I can hope, because of my biological age, but I hope that in the near future we have something like a consensus in terms of terminology, in terms of concepts, in terms of criteria addressed to the different components for quality PE, and that the four associations sitting here in front will have a stronger exchange of export of knowledge, research, because we have a common target to achieve. Healthy, qualified socialization of children and teachers at least.
Thank you very much. Attilio, what can ISAP together with other organizations do? And what is your final message?
Yes, the take-home message, I'm trying to summarize into 3 points. The first, coming from the discussion we had today. The first one, we have to pay attention to students' voice. We have to, as Gabriela said, to pay attention to teachers' motivation, and probably it's not enough to organize good initial programs for them. And the third one is that, and I don't agree with you, Bruno, on this, that having good PE is contrary to also working for active school. I think they are two sides of the action that we can do. But so the idea is to start thinking PE as a subject that can affect, can influence also the teaching of other subjects and the general way of staying at school.
Thank you very much. Alexander, what will be your message?
Well, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to be here, and I heard a lot of things that I could sign right away, that I mostly agree with it. Yeah. Yeah, but I would just add that maybe for the future we should have some concrete ideas or concrete steps. We just talked about the problems and issues, and maybe there is a little lack of solution or step by step to the solution. So to concretize all this, because we all agree on the problems and issues, and they are existing, and it's no big dilemma on it, but maybe to be most focused and centered to the potential solution and step to it.
Thank you, and host at the end. So I don't know what would be your message, what EUPEA can do.
Yeah, we will continue with the discussion of this, obviously. Even in this forum, tomorrow we will have a session, we will explain after this what will happen tomorrow. We won't finish this, because we also thought that we will not finish this today with the discussion. But excellent feedbacks regarding this. I think we need to know why there is physical education, what the role of physical education is in school and in the school system, and is different from country to country. What can be accessible quality PE in one country cannot be in the other. So there are differences, but there are common points, and this is what we need to share with each other. And these organizations have really good values. I think also, let me underline, I think also that the university need to look more for the PE teachers and for the practical part, or for the core, the core of physical educations are the PE classes. And this is, for me, it's important to understand this and to underline this. Obviously, the other complementary things are obviously excellent to a quality PE, but the core is the PE classes. And for me, I think that if we get these common points that we can share with each other, I think we can, in a not a very long time, for you, Holland, also to be aware, not for a very long time, that we can get
I give you 1 decade more.
Less. That we have really a statement that we can bring up to the European, at least to the European community, and to the or EPAS, I don't know which organization, but that we can bring them and to make them understand the importance of the role of PE. And if they bet on this, I think we can have a better future, in the future, a better European and world society.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Nigel.
Can I just, I've got a question for, 2 questions for people.
Okay, 2 questions. You can talk about this tonight over dinner, or we can start tomorrow. So, child to teacher at the start of physical education. What can PE do for me? Okay? Teacher to child at the end of their physical education. What has PE done for me? Or for you, should I say? So there's 2 things to think about. Start and finish.
Learn to teach, teach to learn, yes.
And why at the end of school and not each half year?
Well, you can do it every year if you want. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, every year. But I think we need to think about our end. You know, what's that student who's leaving your school going to be saying about their PE experience?
The importance of the process, I only wanted to identify.
Yeah.
Thank you for your questions, and also for these questions for home, this homework for tomorrow and for dinner. Yes, I think that we opened more questions that we answered, but that was also the point. And just to announce that this discussion will continue tomorrow. So tomorrow we start in 8, and in some point... 9, sorry, okay. We start at 9, and in some point we're going to have working groups, and each working groups can work or can continue with the work of what we have started today, with the idea to come up with a plan or some document that EUPEA can have it in terms how to organize our activities in future, and how to start to work on all these aspects of quality physical education that we identified today. I would like to close this panel discussion by saying thanks to the panelists for their sharing their opinions and their expertise, and for their presentations today, to say thanks to all other members of the forum that raise questions or share their discussions and opinions as well, and all of you for being here and share what your opinions today and all useful information. So I will not now give the floor to Miroslav to give us information about what's after this. And thank you all once again for this discussion, this session.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all of you. Welcome to Belgrade again. Tonight you will meet with Eva if you want. She sent us the location in the center of the city. You will go walk city tour a little bit, and after that you can visit our good and beautiful restaurants.
Sorry.
The Irish pub at 9 o'clock.
Yes, Irish pub is in the center of the town, so don't worry.
9 p.m.
9 p.m. you can go. Yes, you can watch the game. So enjoy in Belgrade tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.